Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us yesterday. It was really nice to see some of you at the banquet. I really enjoyed the chocolate fondue, personally. I hope that you had a great sleep and an excellent coffee and breakfast this morning. I am your host and MC, Cherish Clark, from Atlin, British Columbia, which is so far north, it's pretty much touching the Yukon. So we're going to start today with Darcy Lucier from Microsoft. Darcy joined us last year, and Darcy, he, him, Métis, is a partner technology strategist with the Global Partner Solutions, GPS, America's group at Microsoft, specifically working with independent software vendors who are building their solutions on the Azure cloud. In his role, he works with technical and product executives as they strategize around technology, solution architecture, cloud operations, and business impact. He is also the external engagements lead for the Microsoft Global Indigenous Employee Resource Group and the former chair of the Canadian Indigenous Employee Resource Group. Outside of Microsoft, Darcy organizes the annual Prairie Developer Conference, a two-day software conference that's held in Winnipeg, Regina, and Calgary. Thank you, Darcy.
All right. Thank you so much for that great introduction, Cherish. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Oh, good. Okay. First cup of coffee. Eventually, it'll work its way through. All right. My name is Darcy Lucier. I am really thrilled to be here with you this morning to share with you the state of AI innovation at Microsoft. All right. As was introed, I'm a partner technology strategist at Microsoft. What that means is I'm actually in the partner solutions group, Global Partner Solutions at Microsoft, where I get to work with our whole ecosystem of Microsoft partners, whether that be solution integrators or independent software vendors. I've been with Microsoft for 4 years, and over that time, even though it's only 4 years, I've seen quite a bit of how software has evolved over the last 4 years, and specifically as it relates to AI, and what we've been seeing in our partner ecosystem, how they've been coming up with AI solutions and innovations. So what I want to do today is kind of use this session as the kickoff for the rest of the day, because if you look at the schedule, we've got sessions that are going to go deep on certain technologies. We've got sessions that are going to talk about transformation. We also have sessions that are going to talk about security and data and the securing of data. And all of that really relates to what it means to implement an AI strategy or to adopt AI within an organization. So in my talk, I'm going to share some real-world examples. I'm going to discuss what AI transformation looks like, and then how to use AI responsibly, and hopefully that'll be a good kickoff for the rest of the day. There we go. We're working on a two-computer system here. AI is shifting business today. But before we get to how it's shifting business today, we have to talk about how we got here. So you may think, just because of the last couple of years, that AI just kind of came out of nowhere, right? ChatGPT was released in 2022. The Copilot announcements at Microsoft came out in 2023. But really, we have to go back even further. So from Microsoft, well, if we want to go back really further, we got to go back to the 1950s, which is when AI as a science really started to emerge. But then over the last few decades, we saw machine learning and all sorts of other things come out. In 2016, from a Microsoft timeline, there were two major things that happened. The first is that we released Cognitive Services, which was a collection of AI services really focused around vision, speech, and text recognition. And the other thing was that was our initial partnership with OpenAI. So at that point, OpenAI was a little startup, and they had this idea about LLMs that they wanted to do, and Microsoft thought, oh, this is great, we should partner with you. Fast forward 3 years to 2019, and Microsoft said, we really want to partner with you, and they actually invested $1 billion with a B to OpenAI, and that was to jointly develop supercomputing technologies. Fast forward then to 2022, ChatGPT comes out, and then in 2023, Copilot is released, as well as all the Azure AI services. And that really opened the floodgates to where all of a sudden generative AI was everywhere. And I'm sure all of you, are, how many people here are like, can we not hear about AI every single day in IT? Is there a little bit of overload? I get it. But the reality is that AI is shifting how businesses operate today. It's taken a bit, it just hasn't happened overnight, but it is happening. And so we have to respond to that as an industry, not just in IT, but just in every industry really, because it touches every industry. Some of the statistics that we see coming out, when we looked at people who are using our productivity suites with our copilots, we noticed that 75% of knowledge workers are already using AI, and that number actually doubled in 6 months since September 2024. And on average, they saved about 30 minutes a day just in productivity. Again, this is in that Copilot context, right? So we are seeing some time savings from a productivity point of view. 65% of orgs have reported that they are using or will be deriving business value from Gen AI in 2024, and that's from a McKinsey report. And there's an estimate that for every dollar invested in AI, organizations can receive about $3.50 back in ROI. So there is a tangible ROI to investing in AI. So these numbers are nice and numbers are great, but I don't know about you. I think they're nice, but I don't get excited about just seeing numbers. What I do get excited about is how organizations are using AI. And so what I want to start with is, and I kind of borrowed the mantra for the conference this year, I want to start off with talking about how to be innovative with AI. What are some of the things that we're seeing out in the industries and how people are using this? So I've got a whole bunch of companies here that I want to talk about. The first one, Biodiversity. Biodiversity, very clever name they called their company. They are using pollen collected from honeybees, running them through AI to do analysis on pollution and pesticides, and then reporting that back to government agencies and landowners so that they can take action if they see anything that's of concern. The USA Surfing organization, they're using AI to analyze their athletes to determine how they can improve, but also how they can avoid injury. I debated making an Edmonton Oilers joke at this point, but I feel like it's too soon. I'm glad I got a few laughs at that. Thank you. The Jets were no better last year. WPP. WPP is a huge global marketing agency. They created their own AI, what do they call it, super brain? It's really interesting. So I'll give you an example of how it gets used. In their workflows, they'll have a customer come to them, let's say it's a car customer or an automotive company, and they say, hey, we're going to do a brand new promotion for the holidays this year. And what we'd like you to do is come up with some really great videos. And so their creative people at WPP will then go and they'll create an initial video, and then they'll submit that into their AI system. The AI system will then leverage all of their history of developing various types of marketing materials and campaigns, and will actually make recommendations based on what the AI sees. So for instance, if this is I didn't realize this, but I went and actually looked on an internet search, and it's true. If you're doing a holiday campaign for a vehicle, you probably want the vehicle to be red, kind of like Santa, or blue or silver or white, some type of holiday color. You probably want it to be in a snow type of environment, not someplace out in the desert or something. So it's those type of insights that they can provide to try and enhance and speed up the development of that campaign before they give it back to the customer. CarMax. CarMax is, I don't know if they're in Canada or not, but in the US, they are a large used vehicle, I don't know if dealership is the right word, superstore maybe is what we'll use. And they get a ton of used vehicles that come in. Now, if you think about it, any sort of online retailer, you want to have some sort of synopsis on the products that you're selling. So if you think about thousands of cars that come onto just one lot, how are you cataloging that, and then how are you coming up with summaries of what these vehicles are so that people that are going to your website can easily consume what they're looking for or help in their search? They used AI to be able to very quickly create synopsis for all the different information sheets they had on all their vehicles, where they found that they could create 5,000 summaries in a matter of hours, which would have taken much, much longer if they tried a manual process. So they're leveraging it there. Epic is a health platform. They're using AI to add features and functionality like if a patient is coming in, it can create a synopsis for the doctor or the nurse prior to the appointment so that they have a summary of what the patient's background is. They can also create pre-filled out emails to respond to any patient inquiries. AltaML, I love this one because this is actually a homegrown story. AltaML is based here in Edmonton. They're using generative AI to create really interesting models around natural disasters, and specifically is one around wildfires, and to try and predict where wildfires will happen so that they can then give those to the authorities and say, okay, maybe you should strategize where your resources are going to get deployed proactively rather than reactively. And then Siemens as well, they have a whole system where their factory workers, while they're on the floor, if they see something that's wrong, they want to report it, they can do it in natural language. So being able to bring up a chatbot type interface and just typing what they see, and then it's able to take action or recommend actions or route it to the proper person. Instead of, oh, I'm going to bring up a form, I'm going to pick the category of issue from the drop-down list, and then we're going to pick the subcategory of the issue from another drop-down list. I'm sure we've all seen those type of systems. This is more working in more natural language. So these are just some examples of, beyond just a simple chatbot, showing the power of generative AI and the expanse and how you can really leverage it to really change not just your business systems, but also experiences for your customers. I want to also highlight 3 specific partners in a healthcare context. So, because this is, I know the NIITA Symposium is very much around, it has its basis around healthcare in that, and many of you are in that space. So, Canary Speech. So this is a partner of ours. I don't understand how this works. But they have come up with a way that through audio, they can identify certain markers that may be predictors of either health issues or potential for disease through audio. And they're leveraging AI for that. So from a 40-second voice conversation, they can run it through their analysis and come back and have not only predictions, but also potentially some diagnosis. Amazing way to leverage the power of AI for healthcare, and especially when we're dealing in the Indigenous context with communities that are far north, that are fly-in only, coming from, I'm based in Winnipeg, so coming from Manitoba, many of our reservations are fly-in only. Relying on telehealth or virtual appointments with doctors is something that is of great value. Adding on features like this or services like this where you can get even more information in less obtrusive ways where you don't need a lab on site, you can leverage something like just audio, has great benefits and great potential. Teledoc. So this slide was created because of how they're using Copilot, and yes, they're using Copilot and seeing lots of internal benefits and being productive, and it's great. But the really interesting thing I want to raise with Teledoc is they also do some really interesting solutions around diabetes management. And so where they're leveraging AI is in two key ways. One is they have an application where if you're a type 2 diabetic, you're trying to manage your lifestyle, it can take real-time data from your activity, what you're eating, maybe even blood glucose from a monitor that's remote enabled, and it can give you suggestions based on that to say, you know, maybe you should try this lifestyle change today. And not just like, hey, we looked at this week, here's what you should try next week, but on a daily basis to try and give that bit of gamification and instant recognition. The other thing that they're able to do, because they have such a large data set in the diabetes space, is that they are actually able to do predictive analysis as well. And so especially for people with type 2 diabetes, and I'm one of them, if we're not careful, we could see ourselves get into an unmanaged state where really bad things can happen. They have solutions that will help predict that a person might be on track to be in one of those states, and therefore we need to take more immediate action. So real-world healthcare implications that is powered by AI. And the last one I want to talk about is government in Nunavut. So this one may not seem like a medical-related one at first, but bear with me. So a few years ago, I think it was 2021, we announced that we were adding Inuktitut and also Inunakwin to our translator services. This is something that we partnered with the government of Nunavut and worked with them and their language keepers so that we were able to not just add like the Romanized version, so you know where it's English letters to sound out, but actually the symbols. So with our translator services, you can actually translate from whatever language into Inuktitut as the symbols. And so for the people in Nunavut, this is really important because it's maintaining language preservation. It's also ensuring that as they go to their daily work, they're able to do it in their traditional language. Here's the health piece of this, and this is where AI comes in a broader sense. So telehealth is obviously a big item that is in the healthcare space. The idea that we can have, I was just talking with somebody yesterday that there's already some system in Alberta, I think, where you can have a video call with a doctor and you don't actually have to go into an office or into a clinic. Fantastic. Now imagine that you could do that, but you were able to communicate with somebody in your own language even though they didn't know it. That's what our translation services does. So you could get on a Teams meeting to talk to somebody. I could talk to somebody that's over in China. I don't need to know Mandarin. They don't need to know English, but the AI services that we have will do the translation for us. And not just in words, you can have it so that it will actually speak to you in your native language and translate it that way. So, for the people in Nunavut, we still have a few steps to go. We have text-to-text right now. We're still working on speech-to-text and text-to-speech. Maybe watch in the December timeframe. That's a teaser that we may have some announcement coming soon. But there is a future where you can have somebody in Nunavut talk to a doctor remotely and be serviced in Inuktitut, which is fantastic for Indigenous communities. So just another way where even language preservation can have an impact on the well-being and the health of Indigenous people. Okay, I'm not going to read all of these companies, don't worry about it. This is just to show you that there are even more. The amount of companies that are investing in AI, that have AI solutions, that are planning AI solutions, and that are making it part of their technical landscape is vast. So this isn't something where, oh, we had some announcements about a year ago and people are still kind of testing the waters a bit. No, there are companies that are either investing really heavily or even building their entire companies around AI. And so we need to have, we in turn need to be thinking about how can our organizations be innovative? What are the things that we can do with AI beyond kind of, some of the nice demos that, big tech organizations like mine like to put out, but what are the more complex things? Because those are the things that are really exciting, and those are the things that can really drive really meaningful impact. Okay. So that's a bit on innovation. Now let's talk about being prepared. So what does it mean to be prepared for this AI wave? There's a few different things that your organization should consider. The first one is technology. So from a Microsoft point of view, and this is about the state of the Microsoft AI, so I'll talk a little bit about where we're at. We've got the full end-to-end technology stack to enable both AI development and just AI enablement within your organizations. So from a productivity point of view, we have co-pilots. There's a few sessions there's a session, I think, one session for sure today, and I think there were a couple yesterday that mentioned co-pilot. Co-pilots are going to continue to be ubiquitous within the Microsoft ecosystem. So right now we have them for M365, we've got a security co-pilot, our new Fabric platform for data has its own co-pilot. I have not heard yet, but I'm sure Notepad will get its next co-pilot. I'm kidding, we're not going to do a Notepad co-pilot. Although now that I've said that, just watch, they're going to come out with a Notepad co-pilot. But co-pilots are definitely part of our productivity stack now at Microsoft. Not just within Office, but also extending into Azure and our other products and services. If you want to build your own AI experiences, we have development tools for that in Copilot Studio and Azure AI Studio. The world's most loved developer tools, our marketing people love to talk about how they're the most loved. But Visual Studio, VS Code, and then also GitHub, for developing and also being a great first encounter for development teams in AI. GitHub Copilot is an exceptional tool for helping enable developers to develop faster and be more productive and be able to be producing in quicker time. We have over 1,600 frontier and open source AI models available in Azure AI services. So OpenAI and some of the other larger ones are well known, but we also cater to a large number, 1,600, which includes many open source ones as well. Fabric is our unified data estate, which is integrated into the whole AI tool chain. And then we have enterprise-grade security and compliance, and we're also leaders in trustworthy AI, and I've got a whole section coming up where I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that actually means. So we definitely have an advantage with our tool set and definitely a proven leader in AI transformation. But the most common fallacy is believing that AI is only about technology. Technology is important, but it's not the most important thing. Because if we look at what actually drives AI value within organizations, it's these 5 things. It's organization and culture, it's business strategy, it's applied AI experience, AI governance, and then also technology strategy. So let's start with the first one, organization and culture. For AI initiatives to be successful, you have to have buy-in at the top. You need to have that leadership buy-in at the executive level that says, this isn't just going to be some small little project that IT or somebody is going to have for fun. This is something that we really want to consider as potentially something that our business wants to adopt as part of our overall strategy. If you have that vision, you have that access to resources or that commitment, that is a big part of what's going to set you up for success. Now, also the business strategy, how AI is going to support your business goals. Yes, it's, oh, don't worry, I didn't kick the whole water over chair, it's okay. I need a little stand or something for it. Business strategy. It's great if you want to test out AI internally. You want to do a little project internally. I've seen companies that say, hey, we're going to make a little HR chatbot and we're going to see, how that works. That's great. But if you want a broader AI strategy, you need to connect it to your business goals. You need to connect it to how you're going to receive value. Otherwise, it's just going to be another piece of technology that sits in your organization but doesn't really drive anything. And especially if you want to connect it to outcomes and measure those outcomes, you want to make sure that you're making that connection to it. The third thing is applied AI experience. Now, this goes hand in hand a little bit with the business strategy and the organization and culture in that you need to be adopting it internally yourself. You need to have that commitment. So I've seen a lot of product companies where what they'll do is they'll say, we're going to create an AI offering, whether it's a product or whether it's a service offering. But they're not actually adopting it internally, and they struggle. And the reason they struggle is because they aren't using it themselves. So at Microsoft, we like to say that we are customer zero when it comes to our own AI services and our own AI tools. We are encouraged and very strongly encouraged to use our own tools on a daily basis, but not just so that we can say we do, but to actually use them to provide feedback. We are the best source of feedback to our developers and our product groups on how our AI tools are working, on how our AI products actually work when we test them out and use them. So it's really important that you have that. So from a development point of view, if you have a development team and they're being told, hey, we want you to go build something in AI, well, how are they using AI currently? Are they using something like GitHub Copilot? Are they getting used to the idea of what AI is and how it works? If you're wanting your frontline workers who are administrators, if you want them to adopt AI and you're telling them to, how are you encouraging them to internally adopt them and make it part of their regular business day? Make it part of the work streams that they do and build it in. And then there's AI governance. This is also a big topic we're going to talk about a bit later on, but it can't be ignored. And I think when we saw the early days of AI, we saw that companies were rushing out, and they would go, I know, it's good. I feel like I shouldn't talk. It's good. The sacred soundtrack. I like that. I've never had a sacred soundtrack when I've delivered a session. This is good. This is good. But AI governance. So, processes, controls, accountability structures to govern data privacy, security, and responsible use of AI. I'm going to talk more about this later, not on this slide. I've got more to talk about on this later on. But then also technology strategy. So, as much as I said technology isn't the key thing, it is still an important thing. And so you do need to have a strategy, especially in your internal IT, that says, okay, if we are going to start doing AI, what does that mean for our current infrastructure, our current cloud services that we're using? What does this mean for security that we have to look at around our data? All of those different things that now incorporate AI as another lens that you look into. Okay, so if these are the 5 drivers of AI value, though, you might be thinking, okay, well, that's a whole lot for where my organization is at right now. Well, that's okay, because your roadmap to creating value with AI depends on where you are on your AI journey. And there's conveniently 5 stages. Is it picking up the podium mic, maybe? No? Okay. There's conveniently 5 stages of AI readiness. So, are you exploring for, oh, you can turn it down a little bit. I'm hearing a bit of feedback. Yeah. It's okay, I can talk louder. The first one is exploring. So maybe you're just starting out with AI. You're learning, you're experimenting in a few areas. This is kind of the organization that is just dipping their toes in. Maybe you have a few small groups that are trying things out. And then you move on to the planning stage. And this is where you're actively addressing, defining, planning your AI strategy. This is probably where now you're looking at POCs. You're doing proof of concepts, you're developing small applications, but these are applications that you're actually deploying either internally in your organization or maybe that you're deploying to a select group of customers or external users. That applause isn't for me. And then you move on to implementing, moving from proof of concepts into more full production. And so this is where now, okay, we've proven this out, now we want to take it broader, and we want to start actually making applications and systems that we have leverage AI in a broader way. Scaling is where now you're scaling AI projects across the entire organization. So if you think about at the implementation stage, maybe that's only 1 or 2 departments that are doing it. When you get to the scaling AI project stage, now you're looking at this as an organization-wide strategy. AI has now been adopted, it is part of your ecosystems, and now it is expected that it will be part of your technology going forward. That is a very transformative moment where you go from, we're testing things out, to, no, we're gonna be using AI. I like to think of it as there was a day in the past where the idea that web pages and web applications or just the web itself would somehow be the replacement for desktop applications? No, everyone has a desktop. Why would I trust the web to do, complex business operations? That's not something that I would ever consider. And yet here we are all these years later, and I would say that the web is definitely the go-to platform deployment for many applications. When you get to that scaling level, it's the same type of paradigm, but with AI. And then finally, realizing. And this is where realizing repeatable and measurable value across the organization, this is where now you're just going, and AI just becomes second nature. You're not even really thinking about it anymore. The same way that if we need to spin up a web application, we don't really think about that anymore. We're just, oh yeah, it's a web application, we do it. So think about with your organization, what stage are you currently at? Because if we go back to this one, the 5 drivers of AI value, what these look like are going to be very different depending on what stage you're at, right? So, and if you have questions on what that is, feel free to come talk to me after, but then also, I think there's a number of service providers here that can also speak to that, and I can get you names of some partners in that as well if you're interested in talking to somebody more. All right. One note on learning and skilling. So if you are interested in learning more, you want to understand, what type of learning do I need for my role as it relates to AI? We have a learning hub. You can go to learn.microsoft.com/AI. And this isn't just for technical folks. We actually have role-based learning. So if you are in the business side, executive, legal, we have learning paths, data, security, we have learning paths that you can take that'll help put you in the right direction on what you need to know and what you can learn in relation specifically to your role. Okay. So now we're going to bring it home with Be Well. This is where we're going to talk a little bit about responsible AI and the importance of responsible AI. We have a saying that Microsoft runs on trust, and that's something that we genuinely believe. We think that trust is foundational to business, and without it, then we fail. So with AI, we've got a very strong set of commitments. Oh, sorry. Again, 2-pointer. That was it. Whatever your business goals, trust is foundational. We're built on trust. So these are our enterprise AI commitments. First of all, your data is your data. So when you're talking about AI, because this is probably the biggest question that we get from people is, if I store my data with Microsoft in Azure, is that data going to be used to train models? No. If you're storing data in your tenant on our cloud, that is your data. It's not used for any sort of training. It's secured. It's separate. We don't touch it. We also have something called the customer copyright commitment. So one of the concerns that came out was, I want to use generative AI, but I have concerns that the content that's going to be generated, what happens if somebody brings legal action on me saying that I violated their copyright? I'm concerned. I don't know if I can trust it. Well, what we did was we stepped in and said, no, we're going to make a commitment to you that if anybody comes after you legally with a copyright infringement, we will actually step in the way and we will take that on. And so that is something that we put out there to protect customers. Not that we think that's a concern, but if something was raised, we're ready to stand in that gap. Our approach to privacy and responsible AI, I've got a slide, I'll talk to that in a second. Secure Future Initiative. Security is a top priority within Microsoft, and even more so lately as we see more and more cyber attacks happening. And so we've started what's called the Secure Future Initiative, where across the entire organization, whether it's our product department, whether it's our operations, no matter what, security is top of mind. It's everything from making sure we don't double scan the badges in as we're going into our buildings, all the way to how are we securing our infrastructure and our data and customers' data. So we have a huge focus on security, and we're increasing the focus that we already had. People may not know this, but Microsoft is a security company. We have a full suite of security tools. We have full teams of, I don't know what the right term is, but I'll use like cybersecurity superheroes. I sat in a session, this was years ago, where some members of our security team were talking about how they were able to identify and contain a ransomware virus and actually trace it back to the overseas group that had created it and the other group that was leveraging it, and how the whole criminal enterprise works. And it blew my mind that at a technology company we have people that are doing something I would expect out of some sort of crime drama. But these are the type of professionals that we have at Microsoft when it comes to security. And then sustainability by design. We know from the whole Bitcoin era that if you put a lot of GPUs somewhere, that takes a lot of power and electricity. And it just so happens that if you want to fuel AI, you need a lot of GPUs, which take a lot of power and electricity. So we recognize that if we're going to be the platform for AI, we need to have a response on the sustainability piece. And that's why we have things in place to make sure that we're trying to keep our carbon down when we build our data centers. We have sustainable plans that take environmental factors into consideration. And we have lots and lots of information on our website that talks about the different sustainability things that we're doing. But these are all the same type of things that your organization should think about as well, because you may be asked about it also. You may be asked about, hey, if I, as a customer to your organization or as a user to your organization, how is my data safe in your systems? What's your approach to privacy and responsible AI? How are you securing your infrastructure? How are you securing your organization? And what are you doing from a sustainability point of view to ensure that your applications or your systems aren't causing any sort of environmental harm? So these are all still things, even at the Microsoft level, we have a different scale. These are all things that at an organizational level you should be thinking about and considering as part of this AI strategy. Okay, responsible AI. How many of you, going back to 2016 was a busy year. Cognitive services, the open AI thing. How many of you remember TAY, T-A-Y? Oh, a couple people, and I see by the smiles, yeah. So TAY was a chatbot that Microsoft decided to release onto the world. It was an innocent chatbot that just wanted to interact with people. Now, if you were going to put a chatbot somewhere to interact with people, what is the last place you would put it? Twitter. Guess where we put it? Twitter. Within 16 hours, Tay had to be taken down because it was responding in objectable ways, is probably the nicest way to put it. Now, we took it away. That could have been a big black eye. Oh my gosh, this was a failure. That was one of the best ways that we learned the hard way about how important responsible AI is, and about thinking about how we deploy AI solutions and how we create AI solutions, and even thinking about who the end users of these AI solutions are, and all of these things around bias and fairness and transparency and all these sort of things. None of this was being thought at the time. And so we learned quite a bit. Not Microsoft related. There was a while there where, in the initial AI wave of excitement, there were all these articles. And there were things like, I asked AI to generate this, and here's what it showed. And so one of the articles that I read was, I asked AI to generate a picture of what Europeans thought people from every US state looked like. And so it generated 50 images, and with a lot of the usual stereotypes. So if it was somebody from Georgia, they were in a peach orchard. If it was somebody from Louisiana, they were at a table of crawfish. If they were in California, I think there was a surfboard or something, right? But what I noticed when I looked at all 50 of these images was that everybody was male and everybody was Caucasian. Now, either people in Europe really think that everybody in the US is only male and only Caucasian, or the AI was built with a bias in there to say, when you generate images, just use men, and these are the skin tones you should use. That's an example of why it's important to be thinking about responsible AI, because AI itself, as much as we talk about how smart it is and intelligent, it still relies on humans to direct it. It still relies on humans to tell it, to guide it in how it creates things, in how it presents its results. And so that's why when we're thinking about our own AI solutions and developing them, there's a few principles we need to keep in mind: fairness, privacy and security, transparency, reliability and safety, inclusiveness, and accountability. These are all things that we should be thinking about to say, how are we making sure that these are being addressed within our solution? And I could go on for a whole hour just on this one slide. I won't. I will provide links afterwards we have a whole bunch of materials that you can read up on more of these things. But the base principles there, those are things you have to think about. Same with the corporate standard. Goals, requirements, practices. How are we governing ensuring that responsible AI is happening? How do we make sure that as we roll out AI as a commonplace technology across all our organization, or all our departments in our organization, that everyone is maintaining to these standards of principles? Same thing with the implementation, same thing with just oversight, monitoring, reporting, auditing, compliance. How are we making sure that once we deploy something, that there isn't something that we miss that happens to go wrong, that we have things to be able to check in on, guardrails in place. One of the biggest things I think that we did learn from the whole Tay experience was, if you look at our Azure Copilot services, like if you go into Copilot and it's the web version, you're asking it things, if you try and get it to create or respond in an overtly negative way, or using something that's just not good, it won't do it. And part of the reason is because we've built intentional guardrails in the back end that will prevent it from acting that way. That's part of creating the responsible AI. And we've actually rolled that out now so that it's part of the overall stack that customers can take advantage of. So understanding that this is a big part of it as well is something to take into consideration in your planning as you're looking at your AI solutions. Okay. So, I talked quite a bit there about a whole bunch of things. I want to sum up with just ending it on a positive note, though. Not the responsibility is a bad thing, but there's a lot here, right? It's not just as easy as, oh, we're going to create a chatbot and put it out there and let's see what happens. There's a lot to planning an AI solution, practice, adoption, transformation within your organization. I think that the three mottos that we had for this symposium really ring true to that, though. The idea of being innovative, really thinking, blue sky, what can we do with AI? Looking at what other organizations are doing, looking at how innovative they are with their solutions and the type of things they're doing. What can you do in your organization? What are the things that you can really push the limits on to really realize that value of AI? To be prepared, recognizing that there is going to be work in developing this. This is going to be a new practice within your organizations. There's lots of organizations out there that want to help. There's lots of people out there that have built entire practices already around organizational transformation, and they're recognizing that AI is part of that moving forward. Those organizations can be helping as well. So look at where you can get assistance, but also where internally how you need to structure. And then finally, be well, recognizing that there is a holistic health piece to AI, and it governs not just the responsibility to your end users, but to the environment and to other factors as well. But in the same way that mobile introduced a really exciting paradigm shift to the technology landscape, in the same way the web introduced a very, exciting time in the technology landscape, I think AI, we've already seen, is exciting, and I think that we've got a really great future in the next few years. So thank you very much for your time. Have a great rest of today, because like I said, the rest of the sessions today all build on this idea of AI and technology and how we take it to that next step. So enjoy the rest of your day. I'll be around for questions, so thank you so much for your time. I hope you didn't have to take too many pages of notes.
Hi, so does anyone have questions for Darcy from Microsoft about Copilot or Microsoft's AI? No. Okay. So Darcy presented to us, and he talked about how Microsoft's AI journey first looked at vision, speech, and text recognition, and how Microsoft invested over $1 billion into OpenAI. They launched Copilot in 2023, and he explained how 75% of knowledge workers today are now using AI, how the majority of people are saving up to 30 minutes a day, and that there is a $3.50 return for every $1 invested into AI. Darcy showed us a number of real-world examples, including a deep dive into 3 healthcare examples, one being Canary Speech and Teladoc Health. He talked about the Indigenous translation tool in Inuktitut, and the United Nations did announce the International Decade of Indigenous Languages from 2022 to 2032. So we see a huge resurgence happening in Indigenous languages. But we have to be aware of AI and its implications. Right now, there's a number of books that are actually generated by AI, and they're being sold on Amazon in various Indigenous languages that are incorrect. So you need to be very careful and aware of the implications of AI and if what you're seeing and hearing is factual information. So AI, the development or implementation, they really look at a full stack implementation, and you can use tools such as Visual Studio or GitHub. They have 1,600 frontier and open source AI models that you can look at, and he also spoke about the 5 drivers of AI value, being the organization and value, your business strategy, applied AI experience, AI governance, and technology strategy. And he also talked about the 5 stages of AI readiness. So the first one being exploring, where you're just starting to look and scratch the surface of what AI is and what it can do for your organization. On to planning, which is assessment, defining, and planning your AI strategy. The implementation, where you're moving into a proof of concept into production, and then you're looking at scaling your implementation across the organization, and then finally realizing where you're looking at the repeatable and measurable value of AI. Everybody in this room has used learn.microsoft.com. He talked about how /AI can take you on a journey to learn more about AI personally and how it can apply and how it can implement it into your business. And I looked at the website, and there is an AI skills challenge happening until November 1st, if anyone would like to sign up for that. So gaining AI skills can increase wages by an average of 21%. And it says build in-demand skills with the Microsoft Learn AI Skills Challenge. Master cutting-edge AI technologies like Microsoft Copilot, GitHub, Microsoft Azure, and Microsoft Fabric. Engage in 6 curated topics, interactive community events, and expert-led sessions to deepen your understanding. Go further in a selection of the topics to earn a Microsoft Applied skill to showcase your technical knowledge to potential employers. So start your AI journey today with Microsoft. Up next, we have Amazon. Sorry. I'm very happy to see Eldon Janke back with us from AWS. Eldon Janke is an experienced solutions architect with a strong background in healthcare technology solutions. His expertise spans across various areas, including cloud computing, AWS, master data management, MDM, HL7, FLIR, healthcare standards, and solution architecture for provincial healthcare systems. With an engineering degree in computer science, Eldon has worked for companies like Amazon Web Services and eHealth Ontario, leading the design and implementation of scalable and reliable healthcare systems. He is proficient in various programming languages, database management systems, and healthcare workflows, making him a valuable asset in the field of healthcare technology solutions. His presentation is improving the patient experience with generative AI chatbots, and it will examine and explore how generative AI chatbots are improving the overall experience for people in healthcare. These AI assistants provide round-the-clock support, answering questions, helping with scheduling, and offering reminders in a friendly, conversational way. The talk will highlight how these chatbots enhance communication, ensure quick responses, and reducing errors, while also addressing concerns like privacy and data security. Real-life examples will show how chatbots make processes more efficient and improve satisfaction, ultimately helping both patients and healthcare providers.
Thank you. I don't get the hairpiece, or the headpiece, I guess. But yeah, funny story. Last year, we came to NIITA as well, and we were opening the conference. Right, we were the first ones to speak that day, and me and my manager at the time were sitting in a room just like this, and we see that 9 o'clock comes and goes, and 9:10, 9:15, 9:20, and we're wondering. Yeah, some of you were here last year, so we were, okay, well, that's interesting. I guess we're running behind. And when I glanced on my phone, I see about 14 missed calls from Jeff, wondering, hey, are you speaking or what? And it turned out that NIITA had multiple rooms, or I guess ballrooms then in that year, and we just was simply in the wrong one. So this year, we're already at the right place at the right time, so that's an improvement right there. Oh, yeah, well, it's not disturbed, so it might go to voicemail. Before I get fully started, I want to give a bit of a history lesson on Amazon and AWS, because a lot of people have heard about Amazon, and if you're thinking I'm going to talk about Prime Days or something like that, it's definitely not the case, right? So back in '96, our founder, Jeff Bezos, started Amazon.com, as probably everybody knows, right? Selling books, well, pretty much nowadays, everything that is available in retail. That happened in '96. And that business obviously grew and continued to grow. And we had to come up with technologies and processes that didn't really exist because there was not a retailer of that size fully online at the time back in '96. I mean, think about what you were doing in '96, right? So 10 years after that, in 2006, we realized that we had created a core set of competencies and services required to operate such a large retailer online that we thought, I bet other customers would want to use some of our technology. I bet other enterprises would benefit from our systems that can scale so much to adapt to customer demand. And that's actually how Amazon Web Services started in 2006. We started offering our excess capacity from our own data centers for Amazon to customers to host their workloads, but we quickly pivoted into actually cloud services that we could offer to our customers to do their own processes and make whatever they wanted to do with them. So instead of worrying about managing services and managing data centers, we want our customers to worry about their business and their business data. Like our healthcare customers, they're not in the business of IT and managing service, and they're in the business of patients, right? And that's where we want them to focus in. And that's where cloud really comes in. Back in 2006, we were the first ones to cloud. And 18 years later, here we are with over 250 fully featured services and 34 regions across the globe. So that's just a little bit of a background story, just so that what I'm going to say next, you're not confused between Amazon, the retailer, and Amazon Web Services, the cloud hyperscaler. Okay, so let's get started. What you have in front of you are the 3 top priorities of the BC Digital Health Strategy. However, after traveling the country and meeting with health organizations and provinces, we've realized that these are pretty much universal at this point. Everybody is aiming for the improvement of the provider experience, the empowerment of patients, and the establishment of an interconnected healthcare system. Everybody seems to be aiming at those 3 things. And today I want to talk to you about 2 different case studies and customer experiences that help us tackle these 3 very important goals for not only BC, where I reside, but also the rest of the country. The first one is going to be more focused on the provider, improving the provider experience. When we looked at these stats, I was actually quite shocked that it was this high, but according to Canadian Medical Association, our providers are spending a lot of time a week, up to 10 hours a week in tasks that don't directly involve, or maybe in some cases even directly benefit the patient. That to me was a shocking number right there. But if data points per week is not enough, when you aggregate that to years, like what is the impact of that in a year, then you can start seeing the widespread impact here, right? These are tasks also. Here's the good news, I guess. That's the bad news. The good news is that according to CMA, up to 38% of those tasks are fully automatable with today's technology. And that's what this first use case is actually all about. We worked with one of the largest, or the largest health authority in BC to help their providers spend less time troubleshooting IT issues and actually focusing more on patients. That's sort of like the background here of this first customer story. So what was the whole premise here? I think you've heard yesterday a term, electronic health record, or EMR system, EHR system, right? That's essentially the system where all the clinical data, reports, appointments, et cetera, reside. And for a health authority, that's quite the pivotal central system. So in this case, they were doing a major upgrade of their EMR system across their 13 acute hospital sites. And this is involving over 40,000 staff, so quite high the population. And after they started with a few pilot sites, they realized quite the uptick in typical help desk calls from their end users, like physicians and nurses, right? These are the end users. So quite an uptick in calls, helps for support, trouble tickets. It's almost expected with the introduction of a brand new system. There's going to be some paper cuts along the way. So they realized that this was not scalable as they rolled out to the rest of their sites. So we started talking to them about, they've been trained, yes, okay, so obviously there's something missing here. So what if we put a conversational interface between the provider and the nurses and terabytes and terabytes of documentation that you have about the new system, how to do quick reference guide, how-to guides? What if we put something in the middle that can facilitate that communication, right? So they don't have to be calling IT or actually researching on their own. And that's how this concept of the chatbot came up. It seems a lot of our customers are thinking about Gen AI as, what if I started with a chatbot? Like chatbots are very popular nowadays, so this was no exception. So we launched a chatbot at this health authority that would help physicians get to information faster by asking just regular natural language questions. And they immediately saw a decrease in what used to take physicians 10, 15 minutes down to mere seconds, which to us, that was just music to our ears. That was the whole point that we wanted to do this. And I'll talk a little bit more, obviously, about what's actually behind this solution. But from a customer experience, this was one good example where I thought, yeah, we made a difference. We reduced the troubleshooting time, and they're actually continued to rolling out to the rest of their 13 hospital acute sites in the next few months. So that was an interesting story that we had for improving the provider experience. Now, remember, there were 3 goals, though. It's not about all the providers, also about the patient. I count myself in there. And what this other health authority in BC also realized was that their patients were spending a lot of time on hold, waiting to talk to somebody about something that could be probably done online or even better automated. And also the fact that their information was segregated and siloed across various different informative but siloed websites. So patients will have to go here and then go to this link and go to over there just to try to find some answers. And once again, we thought, well, seems like the problem is like streamlining access to information from a patient perspective. So what if we once again put a conversational interface in there to help the patient find answers quicker? One of the main differences, though, in this actual use case is that this health authority wanted to have the chance of, hey, I want to chat to a human. I want to actually chat with an agent and actually communicate them to a real person. Because, patient care, you can think about it, is probably a little bit more sensitive than helping one of your staff find some answers. When you're dealing with population and you're dealing with health, there's sometimes some edge cases where they would like to actually find comfort in talking to somebody. So we gave them that option as well. And again, we deployed a chatbot solution to help them with find access to an actual human, streamline access to information, reduce on-hold times, but overall improve the patient's self-service capabilities. That was the whole point. Empower the patient to make their own decisions and being able to find information on their own. And once again, we deployed this chatbot solution, and immediately some of the interactions with an agents were very positive. Patients were liking it, and the self-service capability improved quite drastically as soon as we launched this type of chatbot. And it's, like I said, it's almost like where everybody seems to be starting, at least on the healthcare side, with these chatbots, because they're low risk, they're easy to implement, and I'll get into some details on how we actually do that. If you want to take a look at it, you can scan that QR code if you want from your phone. It'll actually lead you to a demo instance of this chatbot that we released, that we have up and running. It's been minimally trained with a specific website from BC Women's Hospital, and is prepared to answer questions that are found on those websites. And I'll show you a little bit what the look and feel is like. But remember, it's not trained on anything else, and that's actually quite important. We'll talk about hallucination, which is a term that used around these large language models, and how our customers really want us to provide answers based on their data and their information. They don't want these models to start making things up and come up with answers that are not true or something they have embedded. So in case you haven't seen a chatbot before, which I'm assuming most of us have, when you go to the website, you'll see your typical lower left, well, depending, in the lower side of the screen, you'll see a chatbot icon in there where you can tap, and then the interface, the chatbot interface will come up. I think the video should be playing any time now. So you can click it and you can start asking it questions. So I think the first question that I have here in the video is, I think it's how do I make an appointment, right? Your typical type of question. And I'll show you in the video where that information is coming from. But you type your question, chatbot goes through its knowledge base of what's been trained on, and gives back a response and say, well, this is how you make an appointment. Hopefully that's readable, or to some degree readable. What kind of services are available through appointments, and we're going to get some information back from the chatbot, and I'll show you here in a second when that information is coming from. Because we don't want to be making things up here. That's very important for our customers. We want to really ground the model in terms of what are the answers that it can provide. And if you can see, this is the quote-unquote real side where the information is being crawled from, and the information that is being reported back by the chatbot is essentially the same information that is on the website. That is exactly what we want. So what do I need to bring to my appointment? Typical. And a chatbot is responding with, well, BC services card, the requisition is to be signed, a couple other requirements, and you can go to the same website and see that the requirements are pretty much verbatim from there. That's what we want to aim for. We don't want ambiguity. We don't want hallucination. So if I ask it, even though we're in a casino, I can ask it, well, should I play the lottery today? And it should actually respond with what it's going to respond with, was, I have no idea. Like, that's not a question that I'm trained for. That's just a silly proof of what we actually want here. Hallucination is not great in healthcare. And then we can also train the chatbot, like I explained, to chat to a human. With the utterance of certain keywords that we can pre-train the chatbot with, it can learn and it can understand that, okay, this patient is asking me to chat with a human. I'm going to stop giving responses and actually route them to an actual person. And that actual person doesn't have to be at a data center, doesn't have to be at an office. They can be working from home. This could be remote nurses or remote staff that are just simply in their workstation on the other side of this equation, answering questions from real-life patients. No infrastructure is needed, no VPNs unless you really want to. Nothing like that is required. It can all be done through a simple web browser. Right? Be careful, right? It's a demo, so be gentle, but feel free to experiment with it, and I'll be able to answer some questions after the fact if you want. Okay, so let's get into some details in terms of how does this actually work and what is actually running behind the scenes. I think it's important to understand because there'll be some new concepts here. First thing, as its name suggests, these type of solutions are serverless, meaning that there's nothing for you to really upgrade or patch or secure. These are all the combination of different AWS services that in conjunction create a larger solution. That's how we think about our own cloud services. We think about it as Lego pieces, like bricks that you can use to build something greater, right? Forget about servers and upgrades and operating system patching. That's with cloud. If you want to as a customer, that's all the past. Also, as we heard yesterday from HP talking about sustainability, when they were saying, well, if you extend the life of your device by 2 years, you get 30% more sustainable. Well, in this case, there's simply no devices, no servers to maintain. You're using our managed services. So I don't know if you remember the graph, but cloud accounts for like 0.8% of the carbon emissions at any given customer, and serverless is a great example of that. There's no servers to maintain. You're just using our own services. Omnichannel. You saw how you can, I guess, type on the chatbot. You saw how you can actually reach an actual human. You can also do voice. You can also do SMS texting if you wanted to. If you're in a remote location where data is tricky, but SMS is actually feasible, you can even do that. So we support various different channels when it comes to these chatbots and how they communicate back and forth with the end user. The other important thing, this is configuration driven. So what does that mean? That means that whenever we interact with a customer and they want to deploy the solution, this is not something that we have to build. This is not something that we have to code from scratch. This is an existing AWS solution that all we need to do is tweak it and configure it to your requirements. So what this means is that you can go from my website doesn't have a chatbot at all to I have a fully featured chatbot answering questions. You can get there in hours, not days, not weeks, not months, but hours with this type of solution. And probably the best part is that it's open source. We don't believe in licenses at AWS. We don't sell licenses. We don't like subscriptions and long-term locking our customers into. We are a utility-based company, and we're great proponents of open source. So in this case, it's no exception. You don't have to pay anything for using the solution. From a licensing perspective, what you are responsible for is obviously the cloud utility associated with this. So what do I mean by that? You should think about cloud utility as you think about your hydro at home, meaning that you go into a room, you turn on the light bulb, the meter starts going. For as many minutes or seconds that you have that light bulb on, the meter is increasing. And then when you're done, you flip off the switch, billing stops. And cloud is essentially the same way. While you're using the chatbot, while somebody's using the chatbot, you're incurring into cloud utility. At the end of the month, there's a bill. So what is the good news about that? If you have slow evenings, slow weekends, or you're using a chatbot sporadically at the beginning just to try things out, well, your bill's going to be really, really, really low. But as you gain momentum, though, you might be thinking, well, if it's really, really busy, then my bill's going to be astronomically high. And the answer to that is we actually, if you are predicting high volumes and high usage, we have mechanisms to work with our customers to reserve capacity ahead of time in the cloud, which will give you, in some cases, up to 72% discounts over on-demand prices. So we always have a mechanism to do what's right by the customer, focus on the technology, and not let cost necessarily be blockers for innovation. We have very different levers that we can pull, right? I want to get a little bit technical, not too much necessarily, but I think it's important, given this is an IT symposium, to understand what are those Lego bricks behind this solution that I was talking about. Right? And again, these are all managed services from AWS that we are responsible for owning and operating. You are just responsible for pointing us to your data and essentially some configuration levers, but not the underlying infrastructure. First one of those Lego bricks is something called Amazon Lex. That's our first line of defense. That's what you're actually interacting with if you're using the demo. That's what allows to understand what the question is, the sentiment of the question, but also provides multi-language capabilities for the chatbot. In the case of the chatbot that's in the demo today, that is just for English right now, but Amazon Lex supports over 25 different languages, including French, Canadian, and French English. So it really opens up the door for different languages and different localities and geographies when it comes to using these technologies. And then after that, after we have the question understood and we know what the patient or the provider or the customer is asking about, then we get into services like OpenSearch and Kendra that help us crawl. Remembering that provider use case that I said, there's terabytes of documentation and PDFs and videos of how to do certain things in documentation. Well, Kendra and OpenSearch is what allows us to crawl and index all that information in a way that I can retrieve it by keyword, right? So I think your question is about this topic. I'm going to group all these different documents and passages, and then at the end, I'm going to feed it to where the brains of the operations are. Our services like Bedrock and SageMaker, which is where these large language models are actually hosted, and then provide an answer. Okay. Yeah, and SageMaker is for, I guess, the customer that wants to be a little bit more adventurous and do some detail level configuration of their large language models and how they operate. Bedrock is more of a managed experience when it comes to interacting with these large language models. And again, it's serverless. There's nothing for you to maintain, nothing for you to patch. Essentially, you select the model that you want to use, and off you go to the races. I want to take a bit of a deeper dive in Bedrock specifically. There's been a lot of talk about large language models since yesterday. Well, more than yesterday, but specifically here at the symposium, there's been a lot of comments about models, and we heard from Raymond from UBC yesterday about that big tree that he showed us of all the different large language models out there. There's hundreds of them out there. And what Bedrock provides, it provides a central way of interacting with all these different large language models in a way that is secure, in a way that is safe, through a common API. So what that means is that you actually design your solution once, and then you can swap in whatever different model you want to be trying, whatever different model you want to be testing, because the ecosystem is so agile right now with these large language models that there's new versions, new improvements coming out almost weekly. So Bedrock allows you to establish a point of, this is how I'm going to consume Gen AI and large language models, and you can just essentially trial some, swap some in, and while maintaining all your code and all your infrastructure in place. You don't have to be recoding every time you want to experiment. That's against what we're trying to do. It also automates guardrails, responsible AI, we just heard, that is very important. It automates guardrails and the enforcement of those guardrails. But it also automates and manages something called RAG, which I'm surprised hasn't come up yet, something that stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. That's essentially the mechanism where you can take your data, your documents, your passages, your websites to be crawled, whatever it is. RAG is the process where you can take that data and actually feed it into the model to give it context in which it should provide its answer. Right? If you just ask a model a question without any context, there's a chance that it might hallucinate and might give you an answer that it might have found from other sources other than yours. Right? We don't necessarily want that in healthcare. We want our customers' data to be part of the responses. So through RAG, you're able to say, okay, model, I have a question about appointments. Here's the website that we think the answer is in, and here's the documentation that explains how to book a website, book an appointment. You give me your answer based on these parameters that I'm giving you. So it really grounds it and tethers the model to the data. Okay. A little bit deeper on security, though. Security is our top priority at AWS, full stop, and we work very hard at it. We bring the model to the data, not your data to the model. So what does that mean? We don't expect you to put your data out there in public cloud, in public internet, and experiment with models. What we actually do with Bedrock is we create a copy of these models and put it privately within the purview of your account and your data so that you can interact with it privately. Right? It's very different bringing the model to the data than the data to the model, and that's a big priority for our customers. And yeah, like I said, customer data used for training and tuning, also a very high priority. And it's interesting that Joanne here from CCCS was talking yesterday about bad actors and guidelines from CCCS, and actually we work very closely with them when it comes to designing our own cloud environments and our own account environments for our customers. And I'm happy to report that the environments that we create for our customers, especially in Canadian public sector, have been done in very close consultation with CCCS. And we actually meet and automate all 12 cloud guardrails that CCCS not enforces, but heavily recommends, I guess, to Canadians that want to use cloud. We meet and automate all 12 guardrails. So when a customer in the Canadian public sector wants to use our services, they can do so with a baseline of security that we're bringing to the table. We're owning that side of the equation for them. Of course, the customer is still ultimately responsible for who has access and who they want to share things with, but from an infrastructure and environmental perspective, we're taking that on in conjunction with the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity. Alrighty, last few slides, I want to just quickly talk about where does all this stuff run, right? Because the cloud can be a little abstract context or concept, and that's on purpose. We want to abstract our customers from infrastructure, but it's also important to understand where can potentially these things run. So we have 34 regions across the globe, and I'll explain these concepts, and over 108 availability zones, I believe, at this point. So what does that mean? For us, it's an actual hierarchical structure that we design our own infrastructure by. A region is a geographical area of the world where we provide our services. That's about it. It's typically within a country, but that's all it is. It's a geographic area where we have our services. Within each region, though, we have at least 3 availability zones. And within each of those availability zones, we have clusters of data centers. So by the time you hear that AWS has a region in Alberta, in Calgary, for example, or you hear that AWS has a region in Montreal, that's very different from assuming that AWS has a data center in Calgary or a data center in Montreal, because in reality, it's clusters of many data centers that together form availability zones and in turn regions. Right? So it's very redundant infrastructure that connects all of this together. They're all communicated through our own private and secure fiber networks that we exclusively own and operate. They're close enough that latency is not a problem, but they're far enough that the chances of a natural disaster knocking more than one down, I don't think it's ever happened, and it's very unlikely that it will. We put a lot of effort in determining where these availability zones and data centers actually reside in. In addition to that, we have over 600 CloudFront locations or caching locations across the globe for content delivery, and we have 41 local zones. Local zones are, I guess, mini regions or extensions of regions for areas of the world where we have very high customer demand. There's one coming to Vancouver and there's one coming to Toronto to complement our 2 Canadian regions. We're one of the few countries in the world that actually have more than one AWS region. And just to talk a little bit more about the Canadian investment that AWS is making, by 2037, the total investment in AWS infrastructure in Canada will be $28 billion by 2037. And we're already well into that. That's billion with a B, like Darcy was saying. And that's in the form of multiple regions in the country, availability zones, local zones, solar farms here in Alberta, specifically in Alberta with the launch of our region in the Calgary metropolitan area last year. That commitment alone was over $4 billion, just for the province of Alberta alone. This is creating over 9,300 full-time employee jobs just in Canada. And we're fully committed to the success of especially Western Canada, which I'm very happy about because I live in BC, and I was thrilled to have an AWS region that is very, very close to us. I think that's it from an infrastructure perspective. I like to close how I typically like to close, which is a call to action. You heard from Microsoft already about how agile cloud is and how easy it is to adopt, and that's actually 100% true. The cost of experimenting in cloud is very low because there's no licenses, at least on AWS, to procure. There's no long-term engagements to get into. There's no hardware to buy. Everything you can do on AWS, you can do it with managed services in a very economical, agile way. So that investment, that initial investment, is just essentially your time. And we're very happy to work with our customers, and even we have mechanisms to provide funding up front for proof of concepts for experiments that you want to run in the cloud, because we really don't want initial cost to be a blocker for adoption. Right? So there's a lot of different levers that we can pull to work with you, and I invite you to, through that QR code, to reach out to your account team or your solution architect like myself. We'll be happy to work with you, and hopefully today was interesting. So thank you for your attention, and if there's any questions, I'll be around. Thank you. There we go.
Thank you very much to Alden Jenke from AWS and Amazon. I'm pretty sure that everyone in the room is probably using AWS and cloud computing to help serve some of their network and infrastructure needs. So his presentation was exploring how generative AI chatbots are improving the overall experience for people in healthcare, and how these AI assistants provide round-the-clock support, answering questions, helping with scheduling, and offering reminders in a friendly conversational way. The talk highlighted how these chatbots enhance communication, ensuring quick responses and reducing errors, while also addressing concerns like privacy and data security. He showed us some real-life examples and a tutorial about how chatbots make processes more efficient and improve satisfaction, ultimately helping both patients and healthcare providers. So he spoke about how physicians are spending too much time doing administrative tasks, something that we've heard throughout the last 2 days, and I've heard a lot as well about information silos across various sites or even governmental departments, and how these chatbots could help reduce interaction times and save time for people who are working within the healthcare field. I also really appreciated how Eldon spoke about Raymond's presentation at UBC, because it had me formulating and thinking about how his research could be potentially applied to chatbots in the future. He talked about several Amazon products, including Amazon Lex, which is available in 25 languages, Amazon OpenSearch, Amazon Kendra, Amazon Bedrock, which gives you a broad choice of large language models, Amazon SageMaker. He also talked about RAG, which is Retrieval Augmented Generation, and he spoke about AWS Private Link. AWS and Amazon is available across 34 regions around the world with 108 availability zones, 600 plus cache locations, and 41 local zones. It made me think about the hurricane that's about to hit Florida, and what sorts of implications that's going to have on the Amazon environment, and what they might be doing internally to try and mitigate some of these climate catastrophes. Without further ado, I'd like to ask if anyone has any questions for Eldon. It's always a pleasure to see you. At your last presentation, I remember you were also speaking about how, like in a large data center, there were questions about, can I go into the data center and see where my data actually lives? And so that is a capability for people if they require that higher level of scrutiny about where their data actually lives within the data center. So does anyone have any questions for Eldon? No? All right. I just want to remind everyone that at the end of the day, on the back of your name tag, there's a blue ticket. So at the end of the day, we'll be drawing again for a $100 gift card. And then I also have a tablet. People are asking what kind of tablet it is. I'm just going to look. So it's a Galaxy Tab A9 Plus, and we'll be drawing for this tomorrow. And today we're going to draw for a $100 gift card. So without further ado, I'd like to bring us into our morning break. So we're going to come back at 11:45, or sorry, 10:45. Wait. Sorry. Yeah, we'll come back at 10:30. And I also wanted to just mention that after the break, we'll have Bright Squid joining us for their presentation. And I really wanted to thank them as a sponsor for sponsoring lunch today. So yeah, we'll be back at 10:30. And I hope that you enjoy your break. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from your break. We have one presenter before lunch, Bright Squid Security Communications Corp. Bright Squid is a new presenter to NIITA, and I'm very excited to present Jeff McKay, who has worked in telecommunications and advanced business technology for almost 20 years. Over the last 8 years, he has helped support thousands of healthcare organizations to implement more compliant, secure, and efficient technology practices, while also developing privacy compliance training courses taken by more than 5,000 healthcare professionals. Jeff is a student of practical privacy compliance, cybersecurity trends, and technology in healthcare. In addition to working as the Director of Marketing and Training at Bright Squid Secure Communications Corp., Jeff sits as Vice President on the Board of Directors of the Health Coalition of Alberta, a patient advocacy organization focused on people-centered healthcare, access to care, and access to medicine for Albertans. His presentation is Practical Privacy, Keeping Indigenous Patient Data Safe in the Real World. Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Thank you. There we go. Yeah. My name is Jeff, and I'm an anti-faxer. There's an F. See? We get that question all the time. So I'm going to talk about how you can actually take some steps to keep Indigenous patient data safe in the real world. Down. There we go. Here's what we're going to kind of go through. We did a study starting in Civi. When did we start doing that? 2021. Across all the communities in Alberta, looking at privacy compliance, preparedness, awareness, all that kind of stuff, and ways that we could help them improve. So we'll talk about that study, what we learned from that, some of the recommendations that would apply to you, and we're going to look at specific privacy challenges within Indigenous healthcare, and then compliant communication, what that really means generally, but also how it applies in First Nations, and we'll look at some changes in the privacy landscape, some of which you've heard about already in the last sort of day and a half. The question we get after, is that an F or a V, is what is Bright Squid? So I'll explain that in advance. We were founded in the 2009 era by a radiologist who was having trouble getting x-rays to people for consultation. He wanted to get expert opinions, and we have to burn on a thumb drive or a DVD, remember that? And he'd mail it, and the DVD would be broken when it got there, and he'd have to do it again, or he'd have to move forward with care before he got the opinion back. So he wanted to share large amounts of data, or any data safely, with the whole care team. And so he sort of drew a cloud diagram in 2008 and put spokes on it and said, well, spider something is a good name because it's relevant, or octopus. And he learned about bioluminescent squid who are in the deep ocean, and they bring light where there is darkness, and he said, that's what I do. I spread information to help inform care, so Bright Squid means that. Today we have 65,000 healthcare organizations across North America using our secure email-like service. I'll talk about what email-like means, kind of. We also do privacy compliance consulting, so we do privacy compliance training, live and online, and consulting. Alberta specifically has a lot of requirements for privacy compliance that we help clinics and vendors and authorities navigate. You can learn more at brightsquid.com. It's pretty easy. We are really here to support full team-based care. So outside of doctors and nurses and pharmacists, chiropractors, dentists, physiotherapists, psychologists, everybody else who's involved in care, because we know that healthcare gets better when we all work together, and that's really kind of how we approach our jobs. I want to talk about privacy compliance versus security, right? So we all are here, probably have a lot of good information about security. We're maintaining the safety of that information while also allowing it to be accessible, right? Encryption's important, access controls. Security is a part of compliance. We have people all the time say, my IT guy said this is fine. And it's secure, that's true, but it's not compliant. There's a difference. Compliance involves following the regulations, which involves a lot of process, procedure, all kinds of stuff. Things like when and where do you need consent, what consent, how do you get consent, who can you share information with, all that kind of stuff applies also that doesn't fit under the security category. A good example, sending email externally is okay if it's encrypted, if we're checking a security box. If we're checking a compliance box, it's not okay because webmail services, you're probably sending to a Gmail account, even if it doesn't look that way, are going to read that when it gets to the inbox. So that's not compliant. So there's nuance, sort of. So diving into the scan we did, we got response from 25 complete, 26 First Nation Health Center and nursing stations. We wanted to understand their level of privacy preparedness and compliance. We wanted to find out how we could best support a foundational level of privacy compliance, like being compliant, but also awareness and understanding. And the real goal was to support increase in patient trust because there was a problem with access. People were like, nah, I don't really want to go to the clinic because they're going to tell everybody that I was there, or someone's going to find out about my health concerns. And so we wanted to help address that so people would actually access the healthcare they could. And our findings, before we even got any results, we were talking about this yesterday, it was really hard even to get people to fill out the survey for lots of reasons. One, it was hard to know who to talk to. There was no record of who was in charge of the clinic and who would have the information, so there was a lot of that. Capacity, this was vaccination days in COVID, so there was lineups out the door and people were just trying to get needles and arms. There was no time to talk about or fill out a 68-question online survey. So we know overwhelm is a problem, we know resource allocation, we know that we're all stretched in healthcare and probably across any kind of management in First Nations. Organizational continuity, so doctors, nurses, in and out, right? They're not there long term. We're not passing the baton of, hey, I did all the privacy stuff, now it's your turn. There's probably a gap, or there's even nobody's even filling that spot afterwards. So there's no regulatory upkeep, and that's why things kind of fall off. Trust and cultural safety is a big issue, like I said. There tends to be a wide spectrum of roles and responsibilities and functions, and from an IT perspective, when you're looking at who gets what access to what information, who needs to be trained, who needs to understand their obligations when they're, even if they're just transportation, picking up a patient and dropping them off, what conversations are they having with those people? Talking about the last person I dropped off or something, right? We need to make sure that they know what they can do. Complex mental health concerns, how do we address that across virtual care, large geographic areas where it's hard for people to travel? And like I said, transportation, even just getting to physical care can be a challenge. So the good that we found in the survey was that people are generally aware that privacy compliance is a concern. One quote that has stuck with me is, I don't sleep at night worrying about privacy, right? They didn't know if they were operating compliantly, but they were pretty sure they weren't, and they were just waiting for the other shoe to drop when something bad happened, because they didn't know what to do. Most people, when they came on board, had to sign a confidentiality oath saying, I will respect privacy, physical security measures, so a lot of paper records locked up in filing cabinets, that's good. And TSAG, where are you guys? Somewhere, TSAG's here, right? Yeah, so firewalls, VPNs, all set up very well, thanks to TSAG for doing all that work. Some of the gaps, leadership, like I said, missing. In Alberta, we call them lead custodians, so typically a doctor or a nurse in this situation. In over a quarter of locations, there wasn't somebody in that role. So there wasn't somebody who was really in charge of the privacy compliance at the location. And so that was falling through the cracks because it'd been a couple months since someone was there, or there was a gap, and no one really said, you're in charge of privacy now, here's what that means. And probably even if they did, they're like, I'm busy doing healthcare. They also have the designated privacy officer, which is missing in almost 40% of locations. The privacy officer is responsible for the day-to-day running of privacy compliance, checking in to make sure we're doing things. When we work with clinics, we go, here's your daily, weekly, monthly, and annual checklists that you should be going through to make sure that you're on top of things and are staying compliant. They also manage privacy breach procedures, so if something bad happens and there's no privacy officer, who's in charge? Do we have a plan for that? So that's a big gap, and especially from an IT perspective, you can think if there's nobody in charge of privacy compliance, it's going to fall on your plate, and it's going to fall on your plate when it's necessary, right? So we're going to obviously be fighting fires pretty quickly all night. Privacy impact assessment in Alberta is a requirement under the Health Information Act, and a lot of times people will think about it as a point in time. Hey, I did that, we have it, it's in a binder somewhere, I don't know where, but we did it 10 years ago, and we're fine. But it's not reflective of what you're doing now. If it's even 5 years old, it's out of date and needs to be replaced. But what it does is it looks at your entire operation and say, here's some risks to information, and here's how we're going to address those. So it should be unique and specific to how you operate today. And if you don't have it, or people don't know where it is, then it becomes a problem. And we found that there were either people didn't know where they were, or if they had them, they were 5, 6, 12 years old. Paper records is an issue. Sometimes people say, yeah, but they're super secure. No one can hack them, right? But also while we were doing this, Sippy remembers, we had terrible fires across Alberta. And if those paper records burned down, now what, right? How do you provide care to those people who need care, but you don't know their medical history because it burned up? So you need to make sure you have backup, right? And business continuity. So paper records are not the greatest. Unsecured communications. So we asked people, do you use secure email? And they said yes. And we said, what service do you use? And they said something not secure. Like, we use this one. I'm like, that's not secure email. So a misconception. And how clinics are communicating with patients and with providers. Some things are, great standard stuff. I was just talking about fax, right? Fax is in the top 3 cause of privacy breach in healthcare all the time. I think the stats in Ontario, as of last year, between 2019 and 2022, there was 1,000 breaches in Ontario reported due to fax, right? Because we're sending it to the wrong place or something. Email is used pretty regularly. I'll talk about why that's bad. Text message, right? Because it's easy. And then we put all these processes in place. Well, you can send a text, but just use the patient's initials. The problem with putting procedure on things is that we create space for mistakes. And I'll talk about how prevalent that is, but we could probably guess. Social media is also a problem. I'll talk about why. So all of these ways that people are communicating create risk for you because you're probably going to have to be the privacy officer, and you're probably going to have to jump out of your chair really quick if something goes wrong. And if these things are going on, the chances of that happening are higher. Other gaps, documentation. So password requirements is actually kind of high. Like 62% of places having password requirements seems actually kind of high based on my experience across healthcare. So that's good. I would also thank TSEG for that. Mobile device and wireless policy. So can I use my personal phone on our Wi-Fi network that's also connected to our EMR where our patient records are managed? Can our patients use our Wi-Fi network? How can I use it? What sort of sites can I go to? What can I do on our Wi-Fi? Do we have a privacy breach response plan? 50% of places don't or didn't have one, which again, if a fire comes up, you want to know how you're going to fight it before it comes up. Data retention policy, the more data that you have, the bigger your risk, right? The more you have, the more chance of someone accessing it inappropriately. A security policy, almost 50%. Privacy training log, you want to know who knows their responsibility. If people are not trained, the responsibility falls on the organization or the lead custodian, the person in charge. But once you train someone, then you can say, no, you were told not to do that. And for reviews, you want to make sure that things are right? You want to know that our access controls are still appropriate, our software policy is still good because we're accounting for all of our software. We've updated all of our software. We're on the current version, so we have all the security patches. Mobile computing policy, what happens when someone takes their laptop off site? Can they let their kids do their homework on it? Can they sign into the Wi-Fi network without a VPN at Starbucks? Same with network firewall policy, like how do we maintain that? What are we doing on a regular basis to make sure that everything is still up to date? Hardware inventory was a big one, because if you don't know where your laptops and your devices are, that's a big risk. It's a big hole in your privacy compliance. And if you can't account for stuff, then you almost kind of have a breach on your hands because you don't know where it is and what's happened to it or how long it's been missing. And agreements kind of ends up sounding a bit lame maybe, but it's about delegation of responsibility. Information managers is what they're called under the Health Information Act in Alberta. Ontario, I think they're called service providers. But your EMR, so whoever is managing patient information on your behalf, that's software people, so appointment reminders, scheduling, whatever, whoever's taking patient information and doing things with it. Shredding companies count under that, right? If you hand them a box of paper files, they are now in charge of that information, and you have to be sure that they're not just going to toss it in the woods, right? It needs to be properly disposed of, and you want to have an agreement from them saying that they will do that. Because if they do toss it in the woods and you don't have an agreement, it's your fault. So you want to make sure that they've said, yep, I will follow your rules for privacy compliance. And out of that, so you can probably guess some of the things we came up with. Train people. We did build a training program. It's deployed. We have been working for 2 years, 3 years to try and get people to take it, and it's starting to catch it. We've had hundreds of people take it now. Sorry, I didn't get those numbers yet. I'll get them after this. Fill in gaps. Make sure you have policies and procedures around privacy management, data management. Put controls for paper records if you're using them. How do we back those up? How do we know who accessed the paper records? How do we know if there's a paper record missing because somebody took it or we just lost it, right? Lost information is also bad for healthcare. And ensure a privacy impact assessment or something like it is done and up to date, right? So you implement a new software and you assess the risk to patients and you come up with a plan to mitigate those risks. If you can get off paper, I know it's hard, it's a lot of work, but it's a really good idea. Implement a backup. Make sure you have an offsite backup somewhere and test your backup. There was a dental clinic in Alberta that suffered a ransomware attack, and if you know about ransomware will hide in your network for a while and sniff around, and then it does something. So the ransomware found out where the backup was and went there and shut it off and locked up that too. Or in another place, their backup wasn't working. So for 6 months, their backup hadn't been working and they hadn't tested. And they called their IT company that they hired to set everything up and said, how come you weren't monitoring this? And they said, because you canceled your monitoring support and you're on your own, right? Like they couldn't recover because all that data was lost. They lost 90% of their patient data. And then implement secure and compliant communication services, email, other things, huge risk. The problem with dealing with a privacy breach is that it's a lot of work. And that distracts from providing care or doing other things that need to be done. Conduct software review and hardware audit at least annually. Make sure you know where things are, make sure everything's up to date so you have all the security patches and all the software you use, and hackers can't get in a backdoor that's been discovered. Understanding real privacy risk. So just kind of briefly, we pull stats. I've got all the Google alerts set up for all the news about privacy and what's happening in breaches and all that stuff, but Stanford University last year did a big study and says that human error is a factor in 88% of privacy breaches. So humans are our biggest risk, as probably everybody here already knows. Mistakes and misdelivery, things like CCC of a list of patients instead of BCC in email. Newfoundland last year did it twice in a span of 2 months in the news. One was a fertility clinic, so they sent an email to 250 patients who were patients at the fertility clinic and exposed everybody to everybody else. That's a privacy breach, even if it's just the email address, but now they're attached to that clinic as a patient there, and we're identifying the care that they're getting, and that's a problem. And they had a policy in place that you shouldn't do that, right? But 88% of breaches human error is a factor. So the more we can get rid of process and reliance on someone to do the right steps, the better off we are. Misdialed facts. I'm not going to talk too much about facts. I already said it's a big problem. We kind of just accept the risk. Most, I would say probably 98% of clinics don't use facts compliantly. To be compliant with facts, you have to call the recipient every time and say, is this still your fax number? And they say, yep. And then you say, okay, are you ready to stand by your fax machine and get the sheets as they come out so nobody else sees it? And they'll say, no. Okay, when's a good time? How's 3:30 for you? It doesn't work for me, I gotta do something else. Then it becomes complex, right? Fax is not compliant. Even if it's e-fax, it gets tough because what happens if the fax server goes down? We've worked with a number of clinics who their fax server just locked up. And the provider says, oh, we'll have to reset it. Well, what do we do with all the files that are on there? We delete them, right? And we don't know who sent a fax, but all those people that sent a fax, that fax server got an okay message saying the fax was received, so they're not going to follow up until a month or two later. And we work with one pediatric cardiology clinic, and a kid came in with blue lips because their fax referral got deleted when the fax server got restarted, and they had to wait an extra month or two for care because nobody knew that they were expecting it. Ransomware, 85%, we'll say, over 80% of ransomware attacks come in through email. 4 of the top 10 attacks in 2023 hit healthcare. That's in the US, so we're talking like top in terms of volume of patient records. Hundred millions of records, actually, in those. And now ransomware attacks, they used to just encrypt your files so you couldn't get them, but people would just launch their backup and say, forget you, ransomware. But now what they're doing is they're locking up your files and they're stealing them and releasing them on the dark web and selling it. And they'll say, I'm going to sell them to everybody else unless you pay me. And even if you pay them, they're still going to go collect the money over there anyway, right? People ask us, well, if you pay them, will they still release it? I mean, they're criminals. So what the result of all this is a privacy breach I kind of mentioned. It distracts you and the healthcare teams from providing care, from regular operations. And there's studies that show that access goes down and quality of care goes down following a privacy breach because we're doing other things. And a lot of times there's a knee-jerk reaction after a privacy breach versus planning in advance, and we implement all of these controls that may or may not be necessary or right or maybe too complex, and it slows everything down, and everybody's trying to adjust and learn how to do things differently now, and we forget stuff and drop balls, and we get distracted. In Alberta, so between 2022 and 2023, the Privacy Commissioner released about 100 breach notification decisions. So someone reported a privacy breach, they investigated, and here's what they found. These are sort of the types, this is the categories. Out of 100, you can see about 46 of them are a cyber attack or ransomware. I mean, I separated out ransomware because it is a cyber attack, but it's a specific one, and you can see how prevalent it is in terms of cyber attacks. Mistakes, just general ones, but some of them are email. Does this work? Yeah. Like 4 of those mistakes were somebody forgetting to BCC an email. So people say, oh, we have a process about that. But 20% of the time, people forget, right? Well, I mean, not 20% of the time, but 20% of breaches that were mistakes were somebody forgetting to BCC a list of patients instead of CCC or a list of recipients. Compromised credentials, right? So password protection, password policies is really good, changing passwords. There's like a mix between, some people say, or some studies have shown that requiring people to change passwords every 3 months forces them to create weaker passwords. They end up making weaker passwords because they want to remember them, but it's probably no excuse. Phishing is showing up, so people are actually sending a message. Sometimes it's spear phishing, sometimes it's really targeted, but a lot of times it's just broad. Hey, click this link and fill out this form, and it's a fake form, right? We've all seen that. Or fake multi-factor authentication sites, all this kind of stuff. So people need to be trained to recognize that kind of stuff. So with all those mistakes, why do they happen, right? We can guess. People are overwhelmed, overworked, they're stressed, they're tired, they forget, they're in a hurry. And so this once, it doesn't matter, right? Like, we could probably all put up our hand if I said, who has just emailed their credit card number just once because I just had to do this thing, right? Like, people do this because, like, I don't have time to deal with this right now. So anything that you can do to reduce the overwhelm, to reduce the workload, to simplify process is going to support privacy breach prevention. It's probably the easiest, maybe, but it's one of the best things you could do for an organization to help support privacy compliance, right? So make sure there's a plan and policies in place and people are aware of them so they have procedure to follow. Like that person that said, I can't sleep at night worrying about privacy, she didn't actually know. She didn't know what to do. She was just worried, and that was more stressful. So helping people be trained, knowledge eliminates stress. They're okay, I know what to do. I understand. If you train them about what privacy practices or policies or principles are, they can sort of apply that to what they're doing and make better choices. Eliminate excess manual effort. Healthcare clinics are the worst for implementing extra manual effort. Printing a digital document, going over to your printer, which is probably also your fax machine, feeding those through the fax machine, and then taking those papers over to the shredder and shredding them. We just spent, I don't know if it's a minute doing that. How many times do we have to do that in a week? We're wasting resources or wasting time, and we know this in our heads, and we're a bit frustrated even if we're not really aware, right? Stuffing envelopes in the mail, all this kind of stuff creates extra work. We, in our system, what do we have? Like manual form entry. Use digital forms, right? Don't have, like, if someone has to type out someone else's handwriting on a patient intake form, that takes minutes. We've done those tests. Our secure email service has templates that people can just say, select the template, it automatically puts the patient name at the top, sends them the intake information, the instructions, the forms they need, and that saves clinics, on average, overall, about 4 to 6 8-hour days of typing every year. So if you think about sitting there for 4 to 6 days and just typing for 8 hours, sounds super fun. You can take that off people's plate, and they can do other things like pay attention to patients. Complex IT configurations, the more we can make things simple, don't make people jump through hoops to do stuff, make it straight up. Vulnerabilities, I've all been through this, but how do you address these things? So training, software audits, make sure everything's up to date so people aren't going to be able to hack in. Make sure you have agreements in place. Make sure you've investigated your software or other partners to understand that they are doing things properly and are going to protect your information. Our secure email service, this is a small bit of what it does, but we scan every attachment someone tries to upload. We don't allow executable files and a bunch of other stuff so that we're keeping viruses off. It is a closed system, so there's no spam, there's no phishing. Everybody on our system is identity verified. And we're not sending information across the open internet where it could be intercepted, or it's not showing up in an inbox where it's going to be read by Google so that they can mark it. They say, oh, you're receiving dermatology care, you might be interested in this skincare line, right? That's a privacy problem when they're targeted based on their healthcare treatment. And we have a number of other automatic breach prevention measures, like you cannot CC a list of patients. If you type in a list of patient emails, you can send up to 20, you can put up to 20 recipients in each message, and if they're all patients, they will only see themselves. They won't ever see other patients. That's a technical safeguard. Safe and appropriate communication. So we work with the Alberta Indigenous Virtual Care Clinic. Michelle is the manager there. She is very smart and diligent and does a lot to make sure that they're doing their best to serve patient needs. She did a webinar for us back in June. It's recorded on our website, on brightswood.com. You go to resources, you'll find on our blog Michelle's presentation. It's really interesting. It's good just to kind of see how they've done things and who they serve. So what we learned is that, and this is probably not real news to you, people move around. There's not a fixed address all the time. They might share phone numbers, or they might have a different phone number this week or next month. Cell coverage is weak in rural areas across Canada. So we want to look at low bandwidth solutions. Not everybody lives in a connected home, so we might have to have other ways for them to connect. And kind of with all this, the default might be looking at email or social media or text message because that's what the patient has. But it gets to be a problem. What we've also learned working with the virtual care clinic is that you can support patient access with some consideration, right? Provide choice and flexibility, right? We don't have to be rigid. No, we have a phone number. That's how you contact us. We don't answer our phone during lunch, so you better make sure you call during our phone hours. That gets rigid, and people will just avoid accessing care. Like they're like, that's too hard, right? So they provide a lot of options. People can phone. They can do in-person stuff. Secure messaging. They use our secure messaging service. They do virtual visits. They have website intakes. You can just go to their website and request an appointment or to be paneled as a patient there, and anybody can access care through them. They allow extra time for appointments, right? So instead of a 12-minute appointment that most medical clinics have, they have 30 minutes as their standard. They just allow for that time. And they always accept more than one concern because they know that patients will call and say, I have an infected toe or something, and then they show up and they end up having a couple of the things that they want to talk about. So they make sure that they have time and space to address that. So then the question comes down to like, how can you support additional capacity to do those kinds of things so that we're serving patients in a sensitive way? They use secure messaging for a number of different things. So remote screening and assessment, so we have online secure forms, like I said, so they do screening for patients through forms. They also do surveys, so satisfaction surveys, how can we do better? We have systems for diabetes screening, vaccines. We have an HPV vaccination screening program. And they also do chronic condition self-management. So you can set up a template that has information that people with specific conditions might find helpful, or forms that you want them to fill out on a regular basis, or whatnot, little check-in information that helps support that. So it reduces the burden on the clinic. We talk about creating capacity, help patients help themselves. Asynchronous appointment requests at 9:30 at night. I'm not feeling well. I want to go see the doctor tomorrow or talk to someone tomorrow. I can send a message at 9:30 at night. I don't have to worry about waiting till 8 a.m. and hope they answer my phone call. And patients can send a picture or something else, right? They can say, oh, here's the rash, or here's the cut that looks infected. What do I do about this, or whatever. Oops, that's the wrong way. Secure appointment reminders. Our service integrates with MedAccess and PS Suite from TELUS Health. If you have any of those, you can use our automated appointment reminders, which are fully customizable by appointment type and provider. So you can include instructions because it's private. We actually create a secure landing page for each appointment. So patients get a link, they click on it, they log in to identity verify, and they can see instructions relevant to their upcoming appointments. Here's how to get here, here's when to show up, here's some information about a procedure you might be having. And it improves access to care by reducing no-shows and making sure that patients are prepared when they show up. It also is collaborative, so we have a shared team inbox, so everybody has their own login, but they're serving as the clinic. They're sending messages on behalf of the clinic, so it's not that Wendy has one inbox and messages end up there, but she's not in until next Thursday, so the messages are just sitting there unaddressed. Everybody can see the messages that come in, and it's usable with anybody across the circle of care. We get a question about, like, what about my EMR secure messaging platform? Well, your EMR secure messaging platform is probably just made as a patient portal, which contributes to patient portal fatigue, we call it, meaning that patient has a new service to use with every different provider in their circle of care, and shoot, which one is it that I use now, and what's my login, and where do I go, how do I get that information, versus our system that patients can use it with all their providers, and you can use it with the entire circle of care too. So I said I'd talk a bit about email. I kind of covered a lot of this stuff. It's how ransomware gets in, so that's a risk you need to decide if you want. It travels an untraceable path across the internet around the world. So path of least resistance for email, right? It'll go to any server somewhere, not really caring where, but that means that as it travels to other soil, it falls under different privacy jurisdictions and different privacy rules, and you don't know, which one. So technically, when it hits that, it could be used in some way. Also, we know that hackers watch the internet traffic for healthcare data so that they can steal identity. Healthcare data is great for identity theft because it has everything you need to assume someone else's identity, and that's a huge risk. In the US, people sell that information so that people can access care, right? They'll impersonate me and go get healthcare, and then conveniently the bill comes to me. And I'm like, no, I still have my appendix. We also know that webmail services, like I said, read the information, right? If you're dealing with a patient, it's going to Gmail or Hotmail or Yahoo or something, probably, and they don't own the information. Gmail or Hotmail or Yahoo do. Text messaging, phone network can be hacked. I used to work in a SIP trunking startup that does like kind of back-end telecom stuff. The guys I met were like old spies for the CIA from the 50s and 60s who were like tapping phone lines and all this stuff. It's really easy to hack the phone system. And text messages are stored on servers that are not stored as health information. They're not ever treated as health information because that's not the expectation. Also, people might share phones, as we know. And there's no way, if you send that to the wrong number, it's tough to know, I'm just texting this number, is this the right one? I don't know. I just put a number on my phone. We don't know if it's the right person, and there's no way for us to say, oops, can we pull that back? So acceptable use, what the virtual care clinic does is they might, if they have to use text, they'll just say, please call us if they need to get a hold of a patient. Social media, again, the platforms, Facebook owns your Facebook messages. You don't. People seem to think that they own their Facebook content, but that's not true. It's a free service. That's how they pay for it. And they advertise, same as the email guys. No automatic logout. So if they're using Facebook at a library to get internet access and they leave and they don't forget to log out, someone else can sit down and read all that stuff, impersonate them, whatever they need to do. And then where is the information stored with rules? Again, send a message, please contact the clinic. So when you're looking at secure communications, what safeguards do you want? Ensure compliance, obviously. Closed systems are better than things that use the open internet, even if it's encrypted, like I said at the beginning. We want to make sure that the service will agree that they're not going to use the data for research or marketing or sell it or do whatever else with it. They will only do the delivery and that's it. And then encrypted in transit at rest, obviously. You want ransomware blocking, always on encryption, so like encrypted Microsoft Outlook. A lot of times it's toggleable, right? Sometimes users are able to say, I don't want encryption on this message. And then if the next message needs it and they forget to turn it back on, what's the point? The BCC versus CC thing I talk about a lot. Multi-point identity verification. So in our system, if you send a message to a patient that you're connected to, you'll see their name, their date of birth, their email address, and their province. So you can be pretty sure that it's the right Jeff McKay. My email address is jjeffmckay at something. And there is a Jeff McKay. There is a Jeff, like my first name is James. It's not Jeff. And people always say, is there really another J? I'm like, and I don't know how many people have just left off the J because they thought I'm a fool and don't know my own email address, and send it to Jeff McKay. I almost didn't get a job at the Banff Springs Hotel one time because there was another Jeff interviewing at the same time, and they confused the interview times, and they called me like, Jeff, let us know when you're available to do your interview. It's like, we didn't have anything scheduled. Yeah, you did. It wasn't until I started working I met the other Jeff. It's like, oh, you're the guy. So that's a problem, right? We need to be able to identify people. We want to have protocol for reliable recall. Even in email, if you send something, sometimes you can try to recall it, but once it leaves your server, it's in the hands of another company, and they're going to ask the recipient, say, hey, Jeff wants to recall that email he sent you. Are you good with that? And they'll be like, no, I'm keeping it. I don't know. You don't want any control. So you want to make sure you have control of the information. And you want to ensure that there's passwords and no sharing. So people can have individual accounts. So that if someone leaves the organization, you want to be able to deactivate their account without messing up everybody else's workflow. Like, hey, this week the password for the email account is this one, right? You don't have to go through that process. Everybody should have their own login. So what that means is hire services that use a unique identifier. Some services will supply a new email address to users, which gets complex, right? Again, for patients, it's an access issue. Oh, shoot. I know they gave me an email. Like for me to log into my Microsoft account all the time, I have no idea what my Microsoft email address is. Have a familiar interface, something that's easy to use. We have patients on our system that are over 100 years old or have had, and they call and say, I can't remember my password. And we say, oh, you just click the little forgot password link, and they go through this, and they're like, awesome, great, thank you. Do you need any other help using the service? Nope. It's pretty easy. Low bandwidth demands, so because it's email, it's small packet stuff. It's not voice streams. It's a one little thing that gets delivered. It can get through narrow bandwidth pretty easily. I've heard from patients that said, I was out camping, got stung by a bee, had an allergic reaction, needed to get to a pharmacy to get some medication, and I couldn't get a phone call out, but I was able to send a secure email message to my clinic, and they were able to get the prescription back, and I could get the care I needed. Safely access over any connection, so you don't want on-prem stuff. SaaS-based stuff is good as long as it's secure. Streamlined administrative process. How do we make jobs easier for people? How do we take away work from them and not make it arduous? There's a system used by one profession in Canada that's nationally available to all their members for free, and you get what you pay for. And it's really arduous to even just address a message. You got to go to a couple different screens and pick people, and if they're not in that profession, it's a little more difficult. And you don't want to have to be working on it all the time, right? SaaS stuff gets updated on its own, web-based things that you don't have to reinstall and make sure everybody's got it deployed. Support individual user accounts. Again, no shared passwords. If you're sharing passwords, you cannot track access. So if something happens and there's a breach, and the patient's like, how come my information is all over the internet? You need to be able to see who had access to that information so you can start to track where the leak was. And if everybody's using the same login, everybody's at fault, right? Like we can't properly control that. And true two-way communication. So imagine trying to say you're patient-centric, but patients can't respond to your messages. Like we're trying to have conversations with people and engage patients, but they can't engage if they can't respond to what you're saying and input on their care. And provide patient user support. Patients can call our support team and ask questions, right? The 100-year-old great-great-grandma who doesn't remember her password can call us, not you, right? If they have to call you, you got to put down your job and do support on our service. That seems silly, right? So ask those questions. Hey, what happens when our users or our connections need support on the system that we're using with them? Do they call you or do they call us? Usually the answer is they call you, but they can call us. A couple slides left. How am I doing? Are we good? Are we good for time? Yes. I drank a lot of coffee just to be sure I could get through all this. Artificial intelligence, I know it's a topic. I know it's a topic here, and it does have impact. We talked about scheduling, right? AI for scheduling, that's a cool idea. I like it. Even just, like grouping conditions or issues together so that the clinicians can kind of keep a mindset, right? If you're jumping around to different things all the time, it's harder, but it's good to be kind of in a flow. Diagnostic assistance, treatment planning, all this stuff is happening. Transcription, obviously, right? From a privacy perspective, the privacy legislation in Canada, for the most part, certainly in Alberta, is dusty and rusty, right? It was written at a time when AI was not a consideration outside of the Terminator movies. And so it doesn't account for that, and in fact, it kind of stands in the way. So the Canadian AI legislation, I don't know if that was talked about yesterday, there are requirements that you would have to disclose any use of AI and provide an opt-out. So if a patient says, well, you would have to tell them, hey, you're a patient here, we're going to start using AI for this. And they say, well, what does that mean? How does that work? And you have to tell them everything. And then they can be like, no, don't put my data in there, right? So that's stuff that we have to be aware of. You have to be able to provide that option. But also, like from a privacy perspective, one, what information was that AI trained on, right? So you have to be sure that you can defend it in care. So if you provide treatment and it doesn't work out, but you followed the AI's advice, was the training appropriate? Or are they using the information to train the AI, right? That there's consent-based stuff on there that you need to make sure is covered off. You can't just throw all your patient data into a language model or whatever and have it spit out some stuff. There's process involved, and the regulations are changing and getting updated to catch up so that this stuff is available, because it's good tools. Make sure, get an agreement signed. In this case, it's great. Like, make sure that, hey, you're not going to use the data for this and this and this. How anonymized will it be if it's used for certain things? All that kind of stuff. And when you talk about anonymization of data, like, usually by the time a data is anonymized enough, it's so innocuous that it doesn't really help. Federal changes, I talked a little about that. Privacy program requirements, so you're going to have to probably say, here's all the things we do to protect your privacy. So that privacy impact assessment becomes important, because if you haven't done that work, you can't show it to people. AI rules, like I said, right to object or restrict processing. Yep, fine, use my information with AI, or don't, or use it in these ways and not these. I think you heard about the Connected Care for Canadians Act yesterday. So that's looking at starting to mandate data interoperability across the spectrum of care and address data-related harms outside of privacy breaches, right? Because there is harm to inaccessibility, right? If information is not accessible and clinicians have to make a decision, they might make the wrong one. So we want to make sure that all the information is where it needs to be and kept private. Organizations that are falling victim to ransomware attack are getting fined by the government. Not in Canada yet, but privacy commissioners are starting to get more authority. So if in the US, a number of organizations that have reported a ransomware attack, and organizations that don't report ransomware attack, this is my favorite trick. Because breach reporting is mandatory under HIPAA in the US and in Canada under PIPEDA federally, and the Health Information Act in Alberta at least, but probably definitely in Ontario and BC as well. Organizations that got hit by ransomware and didn't report it, the ransomware gangs that infected them reported it for them. Like, no, we're going to make sure everybody knows that we did our job and you didn't do yours. We used to say, or we do say in our privacy training, we have to be right all the time as people who are protecting patient information, and hackers only have to be right once. So diligence, right? That process of making sure that we're still doing things right, we've updated our policies to be correct to the way we operate now. So people get fined because they didn't take steps to prevent ransomware, right? It's kind of easy stuff. And if you did nothing, then you're in big trouble. If you did something and it still got through, it's like, okay, well, you did the right things, you took reasonable measures against reasonably anticipated threats, but you have to know what those are. What are the threats and what are the measures that protect against them? And, I mean, we know this anyway, but employee information is important too. During COVID, we started taking people's temperatures when they came into work and writing them down, right? We were tracking different things. We were tracking people's conditions. The AC tech was coming in to fix the AC, and we had to take his temperature. So employee data is important too. We need to make sure that we're handling that respectfully. Provincially, so in Alberta, we had a new privacy commissioner a couple years ago. When that happens, perspectives show up, right? So interpretation changes and how the rules are applied, right? The commissioner now is more literal with how the rules are interpreted basis from before, in strategic ways, I'll say. And in Alberta, we have the MAPS program, so it's not a good acronym because it stands for Modernizing Alberta's Primary Care Health System, MAPCHS, I think. So there is an Indigenous Primary Care Healthcare Advisory Panel, and they have recommendations on providing culturally safe and appropriate care, ways to address inequities in access, integration, and quality, and making sure that Indigenous peoples are treated as partners, right? Not just receivers of care. How do we work together to give people the care that's appropriate, necessary, and desired, right? Like, how are we providing care in a way that patients want? The group that I'm on the board of, the Health Coalition of Alberta, relational care is one of our goals, which is kind of a step above patient-centered care. Relational care is a relationship where we're working together to achieve our goals. BC has something specific called the Anti-Racism Data Act. That was passed unanimously in the legislature in 2022, I think, which looks at tracking data, or tracks data around access to care, provision of care, to make sure that there's equitable access and we're not excluding people based on who they are, and tracking that. Every province in Canada is looking at the implementation and the effect of that legislation, because if it's successful in BC, then why isn't everywhere else doing it too? Because if you're not, you're kind of allowing harm to continue. Ontario Private Commissioner can now impose fines as of last year. They're, I think, one of the first. So if somebody does something wrong in privacy, you suffer a privacy breach, they can fine you, not just say you shouldn't have done that. And from the federal perspective, and probably more provincially, we'll see more PIA requirements. The Health Information Act in Alberta is the most strict privacy legislation in Canada. It supersedes the federal privacy acts for now. But with privacy becoming such an awareness issue, when I started doing privacy stuff, we launched our privacy compliance consulting in like 2017. The perspective from most clinics was that patients don't care. They don't care. If I email them, they don't care. That is not true, right? It might have been a little bit more true then. The federal research on it says that 95% of patients do care. I think the Commerce Board of Canada did research that said over 40% of patients will travel 40 kilometers or more for a provider that they believe is going to be more accountable about protecting their privacy. So we want to make sure that people can trust us and put that up front. When we do privacy training, everybody who does the privacy training gets a certificate, so a lot of places will just post those on the wall to say, hey, look, we're taking steps. Every healthcare location in Alberta is required to post like sort of a privacy declaration with the information for the privacy officer if you have any questions. These are all those things you can do to make sure that your privacy work is visible. If you're going to put in the effort, you want people to know about it, right? Because we're trying to address trust and access and help people get the care they need. So be loud about it when you're doing things right. Are there any questions? Nice. I did it. I answered everything. So if you can check more out on brightsquid.com. We have like privacy webinars. We have privacy podcasts that analyze privacy breaches, what happened, how you can prevent it from happening, and you. Lots of stuff on there. And if you have any other questions directly you think about afterwards, jeff.mckay@brightsquid.com, not Jeff McKay. That's my Gmail account, but this one's just Jeff. Nope, I guess I took that. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much to Jeff. He handed out a bunch of Bright Squid keychains. I got 2 of them. They're blue. They're really cute. So Jeff from Bright Squid, his presentation reviewed the findings of a privacy and security survey conducted by Bright Squid on behalf of TSAG and ISK across 20-plus First Nations health centers in 2022 to determine compliance and technology preparedness in First Nations health centers and nursing stations in Alberta. We reviewed the good as well as the gaps and recommendations with a focus on healthcare technology. The presentation discussed vulnerabilities and operational resilience in relation to communication with and about patients, and an explanation of the full risks of email and how they can be mitigated. Attendees learned about the important distinctions between privacy, compliance, and security, as well as recent and expected changes in privacy legislation related to AI and the true nature of cybersecurity threats. He showed us a few real-life use cases of how secure mail, a compliant email alternative, improves access to care and mental health support at Indigenous health centers, and he provided tangible and actionable takeaways to each of us. Bright Squid was founded in 2009 by a radiologist who was tired of sneaker netting confidential client information by USB or DVD around. They offer a secure mail platform, appointment reminders, secure forms, screening programs such as things for diabetes, HPV, mental health, vaccinations. He talked about some of the gaps that we experience with paper records and also with fax machines, and also showed us various levels of insecure communications that we use day to day, including email, text message, social media, again, and fax. He talked about password requirements and also different types of policies that we should be implementing within our IT departments, such as, again, like password policies, mobile device, wireless use policies, having a privacy breach response plan, data retention policy, and security policies. He also talked about access controls, software policies, again, mobile computing policies, looking at network firewall policies, and your wireless configurations. He also talked about some of the agreements that you need with third parties, such as people who are managing your backup, your email, your shredding, your security, cleaners. I also wanted to talk about just hard drive disposal, that you have a safe and secure third-party vendor who's helping you dispose of hard drives, or even printers that have a lot of metadata and confidential information. Jeff also spoke about how, and we know this, that human error is a factor in 88% of breaches. He talked about the importance of carbon copy versus blind carbon copy and misdialed fax numbers, about how ransomware, 4 out of 10 of the top attacks hit healthcare. Also, how important it is to plan, to ensure training, and to eliminate excess manual processes because it's going to help increase people's efficiency. He also discussed about the Alberta Indigenous Virtual Care Clinic and about how closed systems are better. It's better for people to use make sure that there's no data snooping or marketing use, ensuring there's encryption in transit and in rest, looking at ransomware blocking, always-on encryption, this forced blind carbon copy versus carbon copy, multi-point identification validations, and protocols for reliable recall. So please ensure that your users have very adequate, strong passwords. And the last thing is, if you do experience a privacy breach, I just received an email on Monday that talked about how, because I'm an Indigenous person from BC, my information might have been compromised, and they offered a 2-year service for Equifax Complete Premier to try and protect my online identity and also my credit score. So Equifax doesn't pay me to do that, but I just don't know, after a breach, what do you do? And that might be a possible solution for people to help secure their online identities. So with that, I'm wondering if there are any questions or comments. I'd like to really thank Bright Squid for sponsoring our lunch today. And I really deeply encourage everyone to stay until the end of the day. We, again, have a $100 gift card for Amazon. And I'm really looking for, we'll probably end early today. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the audience. At the end of the day, we will have an opportunity. If people would like to come up to the mic and share 5 or 10 minutes about what their community is doing or who they are, I would like to open up for a little bit of an open mic because tomorrow we have several workshops to help guide everyone through the day. So I'm really looking forward to your participation and how NIITA can better serve your communities and help us work on cybersecurity and improve health outcomes for Indigenous populations across the country. For myself, because I live in such a northern, remote region, I'm just acutely aware of the lack of health services within my region, and it's a challenge that we're all working diligently towards. I'm really excited about what some of the provinces and jurisdictions are doing in regards to virtual health, and if there's anything else, please come and see me over the lunch period. We will resume at 1 o'clock with Des Neche Group. followed by Indigenous Services Canada. We'll have our afternoon break, and we'll finish our day with Nova Networks, Powerland, and then an open discussion. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your lunch. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So our next presenter is Des Nehe Group of Companies, and our presenter is Monique Koski. Monique is a senior solutions architect with Des Nehe Group. Monique has over 20 years of experience in the IT industry with expertise in data lifecycle management, compliance regulations, forensic security, white hat hacking, cybersecurity, security auditing, Azure security, and SharePoint architecture. With respect to her auditing work, these are some of the most common types of work that she has done. The CIS Foundations 1, 2, and 3, PIPEDA, Canadian Cybersecure Baseline Cybersecurity Controls for Small and Medium Organizations, NIST 800 184 63 137, NIST Privacy Framework, NIST SP 800-2070 Trust Architecture, and AI Risk Management Framework, and PCI DCC. She has worked for or consulted for companies that range in scale from small to enterprise level, 10 employees to over 5,000. She has clients located both within Canada and internationally. The work she is involved with covers a wide variety of industries, including government, nonprofit, legal, city municipalities, utilities, financial sector, insurance, research and development, retail, supply chain, health, education, mining, forestry, construction, media, entertainment, and more. Microsoft has awarded her team with Powerland a Xerox Business Solutions Company for the following years, 2022, 2023, and 2024, as being the #1 team to assist clients moving into a cloud environment, including advising as to what security considerations should be implemented to meet industry best practices. Her presentation is Data Privacy and Protection and how it applies to the principles of OCAP, Ownership, Control, Access, and Possession. Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry for all of those initials, and I felt funny when you were saying them all. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in, especially within IT. So we'll get started, maybe. All right, there we go. So a little bit about me. I'm AT. Often when I enter these types of situations, I am awfully very lonely, being one of the only women professionals in this field. I definitely try to encourage more into it. My kids hate IT, though. They purposely don't want to learn any of it, so that's kind of ironic. That's my oldest daughter there, Angela, in the photo. As I was already introduced, I'm a senior solutions architect with Des Nehe. I still do work with Xerox, and so some of the stuff I'm going to be talking about will kind of fall under their purview a little bit. I have 2 different radio shows. One specifically that applies to this is IT-based, and I spend probably about 60% of the time talking about security because it's top of mind for a lot of users. Whenever you're listening to the news and stuff, you hear about all these security breaches, and just the average user, that's terrifying, right? And I want people to love it, okay? There's a reason why I'm in this field. I want them to be excited. I want them to get into it, and so I like breaking things down into more plain text for them, so I love doing that. You know, I say 20 years experience, but really I started out when I was knee-high to a grasshopper, breaking into the school's computer systems because I had nothing else better to do. So I think it was just kind of foreshadowing what I was going to be getting into when I got older. The other stuff, she already told you all about. It's kind of boring, but just gives you some context as to my experience. So the agenda, we're going to be talking about what is OCAP. This is something that came up last year when I was speaking about data governance. Lots of questions, so I wanted to make sure I incorporated that within my talk. We're going to explore why it's important to be protecting data and caring about the privacy. We'll review about audits and risk assessments. That's been becoming more and more a part of my job. As people are moving into the cloud, they're starting to implement AI tools. Copilot is a great example. People are becoming hyper aware of the holes they have in security and being held accountable. And if they want to get insurance as well, they have to meet certain requirements. So it's becoming a huge component of my job. We're going to specifically mainly look at the Microsoft resources that are available to help safeguard and implement some of the compliance restrictions and regulations. There are lots of others, but Microsoft really does a fantastic job, at least with the stuff I'm going to be talking about today. And then at the end, we're going to be talking about the end user and how critical they are with cybersecurity. There's a bunch of talks that have already happened that keep bringing it up, that the end user is 88% responsible, I think the last guy said, for data breaches. And here's the thing too, this isn't malicious people, right? This isn't the person that got really ticked off that you fired them. These are well-intentioned employees. They think they're helping. They're trying to do right by the company, and they just don't realize some of the ramifications that can happen. So let's talk about OCAP. This was developed First Nations Information Government Center. I would write that down to make sure I could do the acronym. I hate acronyms, there's way too many of them. But they coined these principles, and it's ownership, control, access, and possession. So just like the next point says, these principles emphasize how First Nations should have control over data collection processes and that they own and control how this information can be used. This is massive. So with this NIITA, they're forging new relationships and they're really trying to make a huge impact, and they've been acquiring and partnering up with different Indigenous companies to do a wide variety of different services. And so this comes into play a lot because we develop a lot of different relationships with not only communities but other organizations, and it's who owns that data? Who's allowed to access that data? How long are we going to keep that data? Can it be shared within different projects? All those kinds of things. And so it's really critical we cover those things. And so part of the reason why they brought me in on their team was to develop policy and procedures and a set of kind of compliance standards that they're going to meet and fall in line with OCAP. So why do we, care, right? Any Google search will give you a list. And in general, these kind of 5 main components are going to come up as to why you should care about protecting your data and caring about privacy. So right off the bat, we're going to talk about safeguarding your intellectual property, right? Our data, our information, it's an asset. And it's important that we're taking care of that. Of course, the financial integrity, the costs associated, operational resilience. The two that I'm going to be primarily focusing on, though, is the ethics and trust and reputation component of why we should care, as well as the regulatory compliance and legal liability. So, why are audits and risk assessments important? In a nutshell, it's going to help you be proactive with your defense, right? We don't want to be in a place of reacting to what has happened, right? We know that data breaches happen, we know incidents happen, we hear about it in the news, from small to major, and so we want to put safeguards, we want to put hurdles to stop and prevent that sort of thing from happening. The compliance component, this is huge. We have to meet certain regulations. Definitely, different industries will have a different set of regulations. So even with that huge list of, acronyms and numbers, I can tell you I've done so many other ones, right? Because each industry is very specific and it updates and changes every year. So it's not something like, oh, well, we met it last year, so we're good now. No, it doesn't cut it anymore. We're looking at risk management, so we need to, assess when something happens, what are we going to do about it, who's responsible about it, what are the set of procedures that are going to fall in place, who's taking ownership of it, how is it going to maybe be reported to the public, right? We need to know chain of command, all those kinds of things. And so that comes into risk management, as well as the financial burden of dealing with incidents. Employee training, this one's going to be massively huge, especially with just the liability of where most data breaches occur. We're going to touch base, that's how I'm going to close out things. It's massive, it's always underrated. We don't spend anywhere near enough attention training and helping our end users better understand why should we care about privacy? Why do we care about protecting things? And how it actually really relates to them, right? You're going to get far more of a buy-in from your end users if they really understand what's behind it, right? And it's not just a concept, just some words. Incident response planning. So again, this is kind of tied in a little bit with risk management as well, but it's like, okay, when an incident happens, what are we going to do about it? What are the steps? What are the controls involved? And the whole process throughout. And then being able to adapt to change. So just like I said, with especially with compliance, when we have to meet certain regulations and legal requirements, those are continually updating, usually yearly, but sometimes it's more often than that. And trends, different things that are going on in the market, right, are happening all the time. So we need to be reviewing these policies on a regular basis and updating them and being willing to have actually a set of procedures on how to do that. What is the approval process? What regulations are we supposed to meet? Are we in compliance? This becomes really, really huge. So, like I said, I'm going to be focusing mainly on Microsoft's things, and this is one thing, there's a few things that I actually think Microsoft has done really, really well with. I'll go through the list and then I'll be a bit more specific. So we have Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection. This is kind of your initial kind of baseline email protection. So this is your anti-spam malware, the thing that's checking links, attachments, those types of things falls under there. When we talk about Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, this is what's physically on the computer. So we're thinking antivirus, firewall, attack surface reduction, endpoint response, okay? And then when we talk about Microsoft Defender for clouds, cloud apps, this is amazing. I get to play a lot with AI. I'm a massive fan of AI. I use it all the time in security. That's where I get to do magic. And it's not really magic, but this is where I can really help fortify and protect just the infrastructure and the data. Then we're talking about Intune MDM Endpoint Manager. So this is where you're managing the devices. You can be pushing different applications, different security protocols. This is where your group policies are falling in line with. I want to be able to control how people can access data, what applications they can use to access the data, where they can access the data. I want to have complete control. I can have complete control and decide it using Intune MDM. And this can be used within, strictly in the cloud or in a hybrid environment. And you're going to be integrating it with all the other services. And then the Purview solutions, this is where the data governance side comes into play. And just like the guy before me was talking about, Purview isn't really technical. Absolutely, you're going to have someone like me, an architect, that's going to help build the infrastructure to implement the compliance standards and regulations that's going to automatically be applied to the data. But this is where I'm going to be bringing in all of the different departments. A lot of communities and businesses don't really understand the full scale of this because each department has a different set of rules that they need to, meet and protect. How long they have to keep data. what can be sent through email or sent by text, what can, be printed or viewed. That's all going to fall within there. And the big push for that, again, I'm going to be using AI mainly. You can do static labeling, but we want to make it as simple as possible for the end user, right? We're all fallible. We all can make mistakes. We might also not know when we should label something as sensitive data and when we shouldn't. So we can actually create different kind of tagging systems within there where it can happen automatically, and it's automatically, okay, it's going to apply this retention label. And one of the really cool things with Purview is you can have multiple tags apply to a said document, and it's going to maintain the most strict one, right? So even if it has a tag on there where it's like, okay, we want you to securely remove it from the systems within 3 years, but there's another one, let's say there's a litigation hold on it. Let me tell you a story about how nothing's happening to it, okay? Litigation hold is a big stop sign. And so you can do some really cool things. And within Purview, they have a set of different regulations that you can meet, and you can select your region and it lists them there. And so if you're in the healthcare industry, it has kind of the standards there. In the financial district, it has those. And so it's really nice that it has kind of those preset templates that you can already jump off from and build upon. But then, of course, it's fully customizable and can get more complicated and intricate from there. And so that's where the magic happens there. But it's really, short of building the infrastructure, it's not going to be technical, and it's not a short process. Often I will get people coming up to me and they're like, okay, we need to implement this yesterday. And I'm like, yeah, let me tell you a story about how we have to bring everyone to the table and we need to discuss things and really figure out what's going on. So, like I said, I want to wrap up a bit here with talking about the end user and the importance of bringing them into it. So, as much as I want to automate things and have the system automatically decide, yes, this is sensitive information, you cannot email it. You can try all you want, it's not going to happen. Oh, you want to share it with this person. This person is not a part of this permission group, this security group. You are not allowed to share it with this person. Yes, all that stuff is great, but we need to, explain to the end user, why is that important, right? Why can't I just help out my colleague instead of them following the proper procedure and policy that's in place for them to gain access and to utilize that information? So what we want to do is we're going to start with having policies and procedures that are going to clearly outline what is expected of staff and what kind of process they need to follow. And it needs to be easily accessible for everyone, and as plain English as possible where it can be, because it can kind of get a bit legal. The next one is provide ongoing social engineering and cybersecurity training. So you can't just say run phishing campaigns and think, oh, you're great, you have security training covered. Absolutely not. You're going to be needing to do things like coffee houses. You're going to be maybe wanting to show videos. You might have weekly newsletters. You need to also make them engaging, and it's important to make it specific to your industry or what you're doing, but also to your audience, right? How do they absorb content the best? And make sure you're hitting kind of multiple avenues. Have the visual, have the audio, have the written word, right? You want to make sure you're connecting with everyone. And if you can have that interactive component as well, all the better, but you want to switch it up. You want to keep it engaging. It's too easy for us to kind of tune out security because everyone's talking about it. We get really bored of hearing about it, and we're like, yeah, of course, I know. Yeah, I have MFA, whatever. And we tune it all out. And when we make it more specific, we make it engaging, it helps keep it top of mind for people, okay? Of course, run the phishing campaigns and simulation. We want to provide a knowledge base of cybersecurity terms and types of attacks. So again, it's about, part of the reason why I do the radio show is I think knowledge and information is power. And the more we allow people to absorb, especially if they want to, I think that's huge. We want to help empower them. And I love it when they're curious about what I do and the things that are out there. And so we want to provide a resource that we know, the organization knows is factual and good and important to what falls in line with our policy and standards. And then, of course, the next thing is we want to make sure we're encouraging users to report when they identify potential vulnerability. So all too often, people are scared to death to tell you that they clicked a link in an email. They're like, holy crap, I'm going to get fired. I am not doing that. And they're terrified, right? And kind of rightfully so. We need to stop that. These malicious people, I can tell you, they are incredibly smart, okay? And people get mad at me because I can admire some of their efforts. I can tell you 6 weeks ago, I had a user who did end up clicking a link, and it faked MFA and everything. It was brilliant, and it was so perfect, and it looked like Microsoft's site. It was a thing of beauty, honestly. Mad respect to that crew. And they broke in. Now, luckily, in the back end, I ended up catching it. I blocked it right away. But that person, she immediately had reported it to the department. So people were on it right away. The key thing is knowing about what's going on, having a pulse on what's happening within your network, and putting things in place and deciding whether or not it's also a great training moment for other people, right? And different attack venues are happening all the time, right? Everyone here, I'm sure, has gotten text messages and stuff of like, hey, confirm your food order, and those types of things. Do not confirm your food order, okay? But the landscape is changing all the time, and so we really want people not to feel dumb if they click them. My dad fell for one of them, and not only am I in security, but my sister developed security software for banks. He clicked the link, and his stuff got stolen. Everyone is susceptible. We all have moments. I have no doubt at some point I will click the link, and I will hate myself for it, okay? They are clever. They are preying upon us being busy, and just slipping up. And so that's part of the reason why we need to have that ongoing training and get rid of that stigma entirely and get them to be a part of the solution and empower them. So, questions, comments, concerns? Come on, guys. Last time I had at least 6. Everyone has especially when we talk about compliance and the policies and the regulations. It can be dry, but it's massively huge now. Or not. Screw it. Let everyone have your stuff. Thank you for my TED Talk.
Hi, it was so nice to see Monique back at NIITA, and I always really appreciate her inputs because IT can be a pretty tricky place. And a few months ago, I had a client that clicked on a link, and I got stuck somewhere in between anxiety and fear and paralysis, and it really hurt my ego. One thing that I wanted to expand upon with your talk was about the First Nations Information Governance Institute and the principles of OCAP. There are so many researchers that have come into our communities, interviewing our elders, gathering this information, and OCAP, again, ownership, control, access, and possession. FNIGC has different courses that you could take about OCAP to learn more and the importance of owning our own data as Indigenous people. FNIGC is also doing regional health surveys across Canada. I think they're in their 4th reiteration of that, and it's really important that all of our citizens have an opportunity to engage in that process because it's going to help to deliver better health services across Canada. Monique went through several important aspects of Microsoft, including Microsoft Defender, Advanced Threat Protection, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint for Cloud Apps, Intune MDM, Endpoint Manager, Purview Solutions, which include data loss protection, data lifecycle management, information protection, records management, and insider risk management, as well as the Microsoft Authenticator app. In addition to that, I wanted to just add that the Azure AD Premium P2, there's P1 and P2, and P2 includes all of the features of Azure AD Premium P1 with the addition of identity protection and privileged identity management, PIM, and it's important that you look at your conditional access policies. As well as some of the licensing through Microsoft, I typically have people on an E3 license, Enterprise 3, but with the Enterprise 5, it opens up so much more capability for email management and to make sure that your really high-risk users are even more additionally protected. So I do encourage people to expand their scope of their licensing to include some E5 licenses. I forgot my paper over there. I'm just going to grab my sheet and I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Our next presenter is Indigenous Services Canada. And so our presenters are Laura O'Neill, Janice Tarrow, Jean Mark, Van Nemeshabek, Elizabeth Androff. Laura O'Neill lives in Ottawa, Ontario, and has worked with Indigenous Services Canada since 2017. Prior to that, Laura worked with CN Rail for 20 years and successfully completed her MBA at York University in Toronto, Canada in 2004. Laura currently manages the Nursing Services Response Center, which provides VIP service to ISK nurses who work in remote and isolated northern communities in areas such as IT, compensation, security and occupational health and safety. In Laura's own words, working with Indigenous Services Canada is one of the most rewarding positions she has ever held, and at the end of each day, she feels like she has added value and has made a real difference. Janice Tarrow lives in Ottawa, Ontario, and has devoted her entire life to supporting Indigenous communities as an employee of Indigenous Services Canada and formerly Health Canada. Armed with a Bachelor of Commerce and an MBA, Janice brings a business perspective to the management and delivery of healthcare service in First Nation communities across Canada. She was instrumental in the conceptualization and design of the ISK nursing services. All right. John Mark is the Director of IT Support and Operations at ISK. He lives in the eastern townships of Montreal, Shefford specifically. He has been at ISK since 2018 and oversaw the integration of the First Nations and Inuit Health branch from Health Canada to ISK. He has over 25 years of IT infrastructure and operations experience. After some time in the private sector, he has worked in the federal government since 2003. His current mandate above managing IT supports and the National Service Desk at ISK. He is also responsible for the IT team supporting the nursing workforce in remote and isolated health centers across Canada. Liz Androff is the Deputy Director and Issues Manager in the IT Support and Operations Directorate at Indigenous Services Canada. She has over 15 years of public service experience, and she leads teams in finance, human resources, and operational management, supporting key Indigenous programs, advancing reconciliation, including the IT apprenticeship program for Indigenous peoples. Liz is honored to serve as the ITA PIP Departmental Coordinator at ISK, where she champions Indigenous hiring in the IT sector. She supports increasing Indigenous representation within the federal public service. Liz is adept at tactical execution with strategic objectives, bridging the alignment of day-to-day operations with the long-term goals, particularly in advancing the support of Indigenous communities and stakeholders. By integrating the policies she upholds in her work, Liz translates strategic visions into actionable steps, fostering collaboration and delivering measurable outcomes. With a strong focus on building partnerships, Liz supports culturally sensitive, sustainable programs to advance reconciliation, both directly through initiatives like ITA PIP and indirectly within the broader public service landscape. So without further ado, I would like to introduce and thank our funders at Indigenous Services Canada, Laura, Janice, Jean-Marc, and Elizabeth.
I don't think we need chairs. We need this guy, though.
You got the clicker, right? Cool. So, good afternoon, everybody, and I'll kill this one right off the bat. It's Van de Meulenbroek. Thank you very much. There's an exam at the end. Whoever spells it right gets a $50 gift card. No. So, yes, without further ado, go to the first. Okay, that's fine. Whatever, that's fine. So what I want to talk to you about today, we don't have anything to sell, basically. You'll understand that. We're going to expose to you an initiative that that's been instrumental to the success of our department, I think, over the last 4 or 5 years. And I wanted to give you a little bit of context of how that project came about and where we were and where we went from that journey. So I'll start back at 2017 when the Order in Council came up at the Prime Minister's office to say, we're going to take all the First Nations and Inuit Health branch out of Health Canada and put it into the new Indigenous Services Canada department that was newly created in 2018. My role in that, I was hired in 2018 at ISK to bring in this IT group into this new department from Health Canada into ISK. Now, the context was the First Nations and Inuit Health Branch was an entity on its own in Health Canada, so they brought that out. But the corporate services part, finance, IT, administration, that kind of thing, they did a prorated amount of 24% of those FTEs were brought into ISK. So put a line in the sand, 24% of IT from Health Canada went into ISK. That represented more or less about 40 resources, of which I got 12 warm bodies for 4,000 clients to support across the country. So you can understand what that represents in terms of a challenge. So I come up to this job and I look at this and I'm looking, okay, I got people all over the country with nobody to support them. So let's bring this group up. Anyway, long story short, we managed to bring the staff up to the whole group, but morale and culture and everything else was a challenge at that point. And not the least of which was the fact that the nursing group, which was also part of the health portfolio within health at the time, was traditionally a group that was likely, well, for the lack of a better term, ignored, basically. A complicated group, they're far away, they're never connected to the network, not really tech savvy, for more or less. So we get into this new department, and pretty much the same thing was perpetuated. In the sense that, nurses would call up and say, I have a problem with my computer, well, we'll send somebody right away. It's like, well, you don't really understand where I am right now. So the challenge was to make the department understand that these nurses had probably never been into a corporate office, were not physically connected to the network, were not in the same type of work environment that the traditional worker was, which was the culture of ISC at the time. They had never had, give you an idea, when we came in to ISC, they had 0 mission-critical systems. when I say mission critical, these are systems that if they go down, Canadian lives are at risk. When FNIB came in, we brought that number up to 17. So that in and of itself was a challenge for them to understand culturally what that represented in terms of uptime and support and maintenance and all that kind of thing. So with that, we were faced with a challenge of having to deal with nurses who were calling in or who had a new 1-800 number to call to get IT support. Once they got there, they didn't completely understand what they were asking for. Also, given the fact that if they had a compensation issue, they had to call a different number. If they had a problem with their medical equipment, they had to call another number. And if they had something else, like they had a bunch of different numbers, and basically what they ended up doing is not calling at all, and just basically complaining about it. So what they did is 2017 and 2018, when the nursing group was losing nurses as we went, in steps in Janice and knocks on our door and says,
Yeah. Thanks. Yes, so in 2017, the Public Service Employees Survey revealed that while the vast majority of ISK's nurses were experiencing job satisfaction, the same could not be said about their level of satisfaction with their organization, with their employer. Approximately half of our field nurses and 3/4 of our nursing management team expressed a desire to leave the organization, citing workplace stress and a lack of support as key contributors. And as so Jean-Marc mentioned that he was tasked with a workforce to support of 4,000. Approximately just shy of 1/4 of that were nurses, and 75% of those nurses worked in the field. So huge change culture for our colleagues on the corporate side, and very foreign experience for the nurses trying to relate to the new environment. So as was stated yesterday, many great things come with a simple idea. Our idea to combat workplace stress and to respond to our nursing workforce was what they were telling us was in fact the Nursing Services Response Center. This was designed as a dedicated team of technical experts armed with contextual knowledge, and I can't reinforce that enough, right? The thought that a technician could pick up the phone and a nurse could say, I'm Sue and I'm calling from Sandy Lake. Oh, hi, Sue, we talked last month, and how are things in Sandy Lake? Is the connectivity better since we've changed something? The fact that we could arm teams with contextual knowledge so that it wasn't a standard robot call with every, you're on 4th floor? Yeah, I'll be there in 2 minutes, as Jean-Marc mentioned. So that was huge in the context of the design of this particular project and team. So their whole purpose of this team was to respond to the unique IT, security, compensation, and other related needs of frontline service providers in a fashion that was timely and allowed nurses to keep their focus and efforts on providing quality care to the community population they served. While many might suggest that the cost of such an initiative would far outweigh the benefit, our business case demonstrated that funding this initiative at 1/6 the annual salary cost per nurse far reflected a cost savings as compared to the estimated turnover of 1.5 times the salary cost of an annual nurse on turnover, not to mention the cost of productivity and, of course, the quality care to patients. Your go.
So, I know, and I come back again. So, Janice comes up to us and says, well, I have this idea of forming up this IT support team to go out to nurses and provide the IT desktop support for them in their health centers. And so we sort of went a little bit back and forth. Okay, what does that look like? And we formulated more or less the amount of resources we would need, FTEs, that kind of thing. And so what happened was I had, like I mentioned earlier, I had the entire IT support team across the country doing that. Some folks in that group were formerly from Health Canada, so they knew a little bit of that contextual knowledge. So they had some of that background around, again. So what I did is, along with my director at the time, before I stepped in, we brought the senior folks of IT across the country, that from Atlantic to Edmonton, in a boardroom in Winnipeg for a 3-day workshop on formulating this new NSRC IT team. So I pretty much sat everybody around the room and we did like a SWOT analysis. For those that don't know that, so it's like strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and basically identifying what the things you do well, what the things you don't do, and what's out there that could make things better, right? To sum it up. And so we did that, and then we sat down and we talked to all these senior IT folks and to say, what would you want this team to do, given the challenges that Janice and Laura had exposed about what the nurses were facing. Added to that, the technical knowledge of the people that had that contextual knowledge as well, background on what the nurses were faced with. Some of them had already been to some of those stations, but for the most part, a lot of these stations had never even seen an IT technician on site. So anyways, based with that baggage, basically, we had all these people, like about 15 or 20, 17 people or so around the room. Spent a couple of days going through all of these things and what should we have these technicians be able to do? What are the skills they should have? We went down to like jackets and hats and all that kind of stuff, right? And how we would get there and the whole thing, the travel thing. And what came out of it, and remember what I said earlier about having 12, 14 bodies and having to bring that up to 40. Morale was kind of at a low point at that point, and building a team relationship was a little bit different as well. So what happened was, after that 3-day conference where we had everything sort of sorted out, and we had a good of a roadmap in terms of how we would form up that team, what type of skills we were looking for with the process and everything else. Also the fact of what level of knowledge and skills are we looking for? Are we looking for like super high techs or like, middle of the road? So what came out of that is that but the comments that I got after that meeting was, nobody had ever asked my opinion about how we should do IT. Across, like unanimously, everybody said, every time my manager wanted to do something, he would just tell us to do something. And he never asked my opinion about how I would do my job. And that, for me, was a revelation in terms of, like, I just did what I wanted to do and like what I thought was a good idea. But what turns out of it was, those 14 people went back to their respective regions and told the story of what happened for those course of those 3 days, and we built a team from that ground up. Like from that, it permeated across the organization to have this IT team, and I finally gel and say, we have management now that listens to us for real. And what happened like after that, and that's just 2019 or so, and if you remember the calendar, we had a kind of an event for a couple of years following that, but, but anyway. So this is pretty much the groundwork that we did to form up that IT team, and then the rest of the NSRC group that Laura's going to mention came out of the woodwork from that front. So I'll let you go with that. Oh, it's one for you? That's okay. I'm sorry, I'm losing.
Okay, so what is the NSRC? So as we mentioned, it's a team of corporate service providers that understand the unique challenges that nurses face in a non-government workspace. It is a brand known for its one-stop shop approach and commitment to tackling nurses' issues, regardless of how big or small those might be. With just one number, a nurse can call and be confident that our team will be on the other end of that line to answer their call, to assume the burden, and to solve their issues so that nurses can return their focus to their patients. So, the timeline. We had some critical times. Nope, don't go anywhere yet. So 2017, as I mentioned, the survey came about. Jean-Marc set the context of where the organization had come from and the challenges. Our then ADM presented me with the challenge of coming up with a solution. She asked me, quite frankly, if you could redefine the business model, what would that be and how would it work? So, you roll up your sleeves, you spend 2018 and 2019 doing the research, engaging with my colleagues, and we form a business case. We socialize the concept and the case. We secure buy-in from early adopters in the department, management, senior leadership in the organization. 2020, we received support to launch our proof of concept, just in time for COVID lockdown. That was fun. Okay? But in any event, things prevailed. In 2022, we were successful in our proposal for budget funding. It was at that point that I gracefully exited stage left and turned what was once an idea and now a reality over to Laura and Jean-Marc and many others to deliver a really great thing that started from a simple idea. Over to you.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, I'm short. Okay, so at this point, I did what I was told. So what you're seeing on the screen now is a broad overview of the NSRC team. So today we're talking about IT, but we actually deal with compensation issues from our nurses, occupational health and safety and security. And you'll see in the visual that the triage team is right in the center. And that's where they should be, because they're a group of case managers who receive phone calls, emails from the ISK nurses, and then they reach out to the corporate partners to get help. So really, when a nurse calls in, it's like passing the baton. They pass the baton to the case manager, please advocate on my behalf so I can get back to patient care. So the case managers will take that case and they will work with their corporate partners to make sure that that gets resolved for the nurse. And not just resolved, but we loop back with the nurse to let her or him know that it's actually been taken care of. So you'll see on the peripheral, we also have a data team. We have a project team, and in future, we hope to add a biomedical team and a procurement team. So just an idea of volumes for all NSRC cases. We had just over 1,000 cases when we started in 2020, and this year we're trending towards about 5,500. And of these cases, about 40% are IT. And over to you.
So what we did at the time, given the fact that nurses call and they at that moment have the time to call, given the added advantage of having that one number to call for whichever reason they would like to get support. But the number one being IT. So a lot of times when technology doesn't work, you need help right away. So when they would call for IT, we devised a system where trying to figure out a way where, okay, when they call and they need to talk to an IT tech, how could we get them to talk to an actual IT tech as opposed to the triage person at the front end? So in comes in IceBar, which is a product from Bell. Let's say Computer Talk. Yes, Computer Talk. I think on the back end with the Bell Call Manager system. So essentially, what it is the triage person at the front end of the 1-800 number picks up the phone. Is your issue IT? Yes, hello. All the technicians have this software on their desktop, and it tells them when they're online, when they're not online, they're on break, whatever, they're on a call and such. So when you see somebody's in green, for example, available, I'll flip your call over to Ralph or to Ann or whatever, who's available at this time. And they hot swap the phone, the call directly to that technician who's waiting online. So they get help right away when they call. That, for us, was a key element in having that white glove service of when you get service right away. And that served greatly in improving the quality of their reception at the end and their confidence that they would actually get help when they would call. As opposed to I would call and I have to leave a voicemail and I leave an email, it goes out into ether somewhere and I never get a response back, or somebody gives me some incongruent answer, let's call it. And so with that technology, we were able to capture a lot more things at the front end. And do you want me to talk about the triage? Yeah, when you come in. So let's introduce a little bit of AI here, somewhat. With the triage people calling in over the course of this rollout over the last year or so, they've done their own bit of machine learning, let's call it, because as people call in with this particular issue, an IT issue, which is usually fairly simple to solve, they can solve it at the triage point, as opposed to having send it off to an IT technician. For example, I don't know, I need to log into that little man on the bottom screen of my bottom of my screen there. Oh, that's your VPN, that's your Entrust client. You got to right click and do this and that, enter your password, thank you very much, that's it. So they were able to get that knowledge at the front end, low-end skills, but I mean, it's still something that's major for the nurse at the end that doesn't know what's going on, right? So we were able to have that front end offload some of that work from from the back-end IT techs, and offload some of the more complex stuff to them when it was necessary. So, yeah, so I think that was a big win for us, and I think it served also as a purpose for, as I mentioned in the intro, I'm also responsible for the National Service Desk, which deals with about 45,000 calls a year, but they're still on the phone, voicemail, email thing. They don't have this ice bar thing. They don't have, so I'm using this system as a, I'll say a litmus test or a proof of concept, for lack of a better term, to see how we can make this work and transpose that to the rest of the organization to improve that part of the service, right? So I'm giving you a little bit of the IT lens into like a corporate solution that we managed to partner with and doing. So I'll let Laura continue with this because there's a lot of other good things that came out of this this system as well. So.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So Jean-Marc mentioned the warm transfer. When an IT call comes into a case manager, we warm transfer that over to a waiting IT tech. And as Jean-Marc mentioned, this is really important because we've developed almost like a translation service. So when the nurse calls in with, you know, I can't log into that little man with the key in the corner of the screen, the case manager knows that that means for the IT tech, here's how I'm going to frame it for the IT tech so they actually know what the nurse needs access to. So the case manager first will listen to the nurse, understand the issue, summarize the issue, and then transfer it over to a waiting IT tech. At the same time, they create the help desk ticket, they assign it to that tech. And the other thing that's going on in the background that's really important is we have a Teams chat that all of the case managers are on every day, all of the IT technicians are on every day. So they're constantly teaching each other stuff. So Jean-Marc mentioned that the case managers are able to sort of self-resolve things when that call comes in. It's actually 13% of the calls that come in, the case manager can resolve right away. So that's actually pretty big. So it's resulted in less wait times for the nurses, so they don't have to, you know, hang on the phone while a patient's waiting for them. They can just sort of pass that baton and get back to the patient. There's no dropped calls. Well, not a lot. There's a couple, but there's not a lot of dropped calls. Yeah, and just really positive feedback on the whole process from the nurses. And next. So just some stats. So we have over 900 ISK nurses. And in 2022-23, over 3,500 tickets were created. In 23-24, 3,100 tickets. And this year from April 1st to present, we have just under 2,000. So just to give an idea of the volumes. Since the original survey in 2017, which sort of sparked this whole idea, nurse satisfaction with IT has increased across the board 21%. So I think that says a lot for Jean-Marc's team and also our team. And in the 2023 survey, 84% of respondents indicated that they are satisfied with the NSRC, and 90% would recommend the NSRC to their colleagues. So we're pretty happy with those stats. We think that speaks volumes. And this is just some feedback from our nurses. I won't read them all, but basically this is telling us that we're doing what we set out to do. Our nurses are coming back with really positive feedback. Issues that they've had for years, they finally have resolved. And it really, really plays into nurse retention, which is super important for our team. And with that, I will hand you over to Liz Andruff.
No, it's okay. Oops. Just bear with me 1 second here. So my name's Liz Andruff. I have the pleasure of being the departmental coordinator for the IT apprenticeship program for Indigenous peoples. And I'm just going to go over a couple of different things about the program to share the progress we've had, how we've also been able to be interconnected with the Nursing Services Response Center, and that partnership has really not only created opportunities for some individuals to gain an education in the IT sector that might not have had that otherwise, but it's also providing support directly on site at health centers, which means not only supporting our nurses directly on site, but also other people who might be working there who aren't necessarily employees of Indigenous Services Canada, again, so they can really focus on that great patient care versus how come my cell phone isn't working right now, or I can't get connected to this printer, or any of those aspects. I'm not an IT person, so I won't even pretend to bring up any other things. So here, this is just some beautiful maps that our partners over at Employment and Social Development Canada. They're the founders and the leaders of this program. Here are some maps that are just demonstrating. The one on the right of the screen there, that's where apprenticeship opportunities are actually in play as of today. So there's a substantial amount of individuals who have been hired in a variety of different communities. And the map on the left, where you have quite a few more red dots, that's where we've received applications from to participate in this program. So individuals, Indigenous individuals from different communities who'd like to obtain that education in IT. They have a passion for it. They might have some previous experience. They might have taught some things to themselves at home and in their community, and they'd like to get this, more formalized education. So just as of this summer, ESDC was able to celebrate for this IT apprenticeship program applications received from every province and territory within Canada. So that was pretty big. This program from ESDC, so a couple of notes that my colleagues have asked me to share with you. So the IT Apprenticeship Program for Indigenous Peoples is a groundbreaking government-wide initiative. It's led by Employment and Social Development Canada. It focuses on enriching the Government of Canada's digital workforce by benefiting from the talents and perspectives of Indigenous peoples. In this 2-year apprenticeship program, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people receive on-the-job training while acquiring the skills, experience, and certification necessary to meet the Government of Canada employment standards for the IT group. The program, primarily created by, with, and for Indigenous peoples, was intentionally designed to do different. It weaves Indigenous practices, building and nurturing relationships, and supporting participants throughout their apprenticeship. As leaders in IT, you can make a difference. Some graduates have expressed an interest in working in the private sector, within communities, and Indigenous organizations. If you're interested in hiring a graduate or an apprentice, you can definitely reach out to me, and in this deck, you'll see their contact information, their website. You can reach out to them directly, and they can support you through any of those opportunities. If you'd like to learn more or engage with the Office of Indigenous Initiatives from ESDC, who's responsible for the implementation of this program, please visit that webpage. As well, if you have individuals that you might know in your communities that might be interested in it, just by clicking to this webpage here, there is a link on it, which you're not seeing at the moment because I didn't screen capture that into the deck, but they can click through there, and it walks them through their application process as well. Nope. So as you heard just moments ago from my colleagues from the Nursing Services Response Centre and the IT team, the contributions that that team makes with the extra added layer of beginning our participation and delivery with the IT apprenticeship program, we've been able to create these IT apprenticeship opportunities within Indigenous Services Canada, which I've got to say there's over 80 different government departments, agencies, ground corps that are all participating, so it's not just us. That we've created these not only in urban cities. We do have some opportunities, for example, in Regina and Winnipeg and Edmonton or Ottawa. They're also right out in remote communities. The idea being that when and where possible, opportunities are provided to individuals so they can stay in their communities, maintain those connections that they have in their communities, those supports, not having to uproot themselves, and still obtain this education, which has also been recognized and supported by many private sector companies as well. So let's see our, okay, this is mostly working. So just a quick timeline here. So in 2020, late 2020, Indigenous Services Canada, actually Jean-Marc's directorate, started participation with ESDC to contribute to some of the ideas and formation of this program within the Government of Canada. And then shortly thereafter, in 2021, they began with their first apprentices. In 2022, we were able to start with our first apprentice in St. Teresa's Point, Manitoba, right at a health center to provide support right there. And then now we've moved on to as well a special 3-semestered program so that individuals are not just going through your IT support or operations stream. They have a chance to gain experience, whether it be in application development, information management, all of these different areas in IT. Again, not an expert in IT, so I'm not going to pretend to know that whole list. That's been great. At this point, we have over 10 apprentices. We're looking to expand further and also looking forward to the future where we might be able to help train and support having an Indigenous IT person in every community, and where we can do that, whether at our own department, whether it's through the collaboration with other departments and communities and leaders, that's where we're working towards. So thank you. Any questions about either the Nursing Services Response Center or IT Apprenticeship Program? Oh, please go ahead.
Just for clarity's sake, you have to understand that within the IT field in the federal government, for those that are not aware, the minimum requirement to actually get their foot in the door to get even pre-qualified for an IT job is obviously a high school degree and 2 years of post-secondary education. That's those 2 years are the one that's I'll say the barrier, basically, either geographical or whatever, situational, that prevent a few or some Indigenous peoples from moving from their community to get the higher education down south or wherever. So the ESDC has put forth this program with the consort of Treasury Board to say those 2 years as an apprentice will qualify for those 2 years of post-secondary education. So that gives you that ticket to ride, basically, to apply to a government job. You can take that and work in the public and private sector, and that's fine, and that's okay. So, but at the end of those 2 years, also, there's a mechanism by which the apprentices that went through the apprenticeship program successfully are now in a priority pool. So any and all departments can go into that pool and grab somebody that's out of that, the freshly issued from that department as a priority. So if an IT1, for example, which is the entry level, and typically, it opens up a department, rather than picking somebody from a random pool somewhere, they have to go into that pool first to get candidates from that pool, I guess. So just for clarity's sake, and yeah, I thought that's important for us to outline that.
Excellent.
So I guess I answered my own question.
Thank you so much. If you have questions after, we'll be around this afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much to the team at ISK for your presentation. I had an excellent time last night engaging with all of you. I look forward to you all visiting me in Atlin. So in summary, we had 2 presentations, the ISK Nursing Services Response Center, NSRC, and the IT for ISK nurses. So Laura, Janice, and Jean-Marc and Liz are employees of Indigenous Services Canada, and they work together in a matrix environment to support the IT needs of ISK nurses who work in remote and isolated communities. Their presentation outlined how this team was developed and became today's Nursing Services Response Center, NSRC. Working collaboratively through an integrated warm transfer telephony solution called IceBar Telephony Technology, these teams have worked together since 2019 to mitigate and overcome the unique IT challenges that ISK nurses face while serving our First Nations populations in the north. The second presentation that they gave was about the IT Apprentice Program for Indigenous Peoples, ITA, PIP, and the delivery at ISK. So Jean-Marc and Liz are both employees, again, of Indigenous Services Canada, and they presented on the development and success of the IT Apprenticeship Program for Indigenous People, ITA PIP, at ISK. Working in a collaborative and flexible environment, they championed the program, increasing participation within ISK and the broader public service. So since 2021, ISK has actively supported the program developed by Employment and Social Development Canada's Office of Indigenous Initiatives, and the program has since expanded to 3 delivery models across Canada. Their presentation explored the program's evolution and its ongoing impact on fostering career opportunities and strengthening IT capacity in Indigenous communities. That brings us to our afternoon break. We have 45 minutes, and after our break, we will have presentations from Nova Networks. Very glad to be inviting Tyrone back, and we also have Powerland and Gabriel. So please enjoy your break, and I will see you at 2:45. Hello, I made an executive decision to come back at 2:30. Please don't leave. Thank you. Please come back at 2:30.
clicker? What's that? Oh, I am on. Look at that. I am on. I better turn that off. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Is there a clicker? Is it still up there? Okay. Down is forward and up is... Figure it out. Is there a clicker up there? Just like, oh, clicker. Okay. Perfect. I'll figure that out.
And I'll run your introduction. Hello, everyone. So, yesterday we had a show of hands of who had been at NIITA for 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, and whose first year it was at NIITA. Our next presenter, Tyson Rodfrey from Nova Networks, has never missed NIITA. He's been here consecutively for all 4 years. And with over 25 years of extensive experience in dynamic business environments, Tyson has showcased his expertise across diverse sectors, including healthcare, technology, consumer products, high-tech manufacturing, and management consulting. In 2022, he took on the role of VP of Digital Health at Nova Networks, following impactful stints as a key member of the national IBM healthcare team, serving as the head of social innovation and IoT at Hitachi Venera, and holding the position of VP and CIO at the Hospital for Sick Children and Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. Throughout his career, Tyson's innovative approach and leadership have spearheaded transformative projects, provincial programs, and strategic plans, paving the way for a new digital era in healthcare. Beyond his professional achievements, Tyson is a firm advocate of knowledge sharing and giving back to the community. He dedicates time to coaching high-performance volleyball teams and mentoring individuals. Additionally, he serves as an instructor at York University's Salk School of Business and Algonquin College. Tyson holds academic credentials, including a master's certificate in health administration from Carleton University's Sprout School of Business and a certificate in strategy for healthcare delivery from the Harvard Business School. He is also a certified information privacy technologist and actively participates in various boards, such as the Ontario Caregivers Association, Winchester District Memorial Hospital, the Health Information Management Systems Society, HIMIS, and the Bruyere Academic Family Health Team. Notably, Tyson has been the past chair of the Digital Health Program Advisory Committee at Algonquin College, fostering the growth of the next generation of health IT professionals. Family is at the heart of Tyson's motivation, with his amazing wife and 4 children, along with a supportive extended family, providing the foundation for his endeavors. His presentation is limiting end-user risk in digital transformation projects. Thank you so much, Tyson, for being with us.
Thank you. All right, thank you. I'll probably move around. I won't stay still too much. So it's kind of amazing how things kind of fall together. I picked this topic focused on end users because we are all people and we screw things up often, and all our other speakers prove that fact today. So 88% of privacy breaches were human generated. So kind of part of my reason for talking about end users. We all go through digital transformation projects in one way or another, whether it's just a network upgrade or implementation of an EMR or something else. we're all doing those kinds of things. So I want to share some of my lessons learned and some of the things we're doing. And lastly, over this being my 4th year, I've actually never really talked about Nova Networks that much. I've always talked about, be it HIMSS or other organizations or other topics. So talk a little bit about my own organization today. So let's jump into this. If I can click the right button. So far, no good. Click, there we go. Hey, so Nova Networks, we're an IT company. We're actually probably one of the few, if not the only, locally owned IT company left in Ottawa. Most of the IT companies have been bought up by big US conglomerates or venture capital organizations. So we have a single owner. We're about 350 employees. We run anywhere between $65 and $85 million of revenue a year, but we offer services across Canada. Within my department, we are a dedicated healthcare group. So my background being a CIO, I have another retired CIO on my team. All my technicians have all worked in hospitals. My project managers have worked in hospitals. So we're very, very focused. We're one of the few IT organizations that really have a division dedicated to health. So we understand this quite well. Our overall philosophy is we meet you where you're at, right? There's a lot of IT companies that say, well, we have this box for you, and that's the only box we have, right? It's the kind of the Model T approach that you can get any Model T Ford as long as it's black, right? Well, we're the exact opposite of that. It kind of drives me crazy. My boss and I argue about it all the time. He's happy having 27 different, procedures for everything that you could imagine, because in his mind, he says, that's what my customer needed. That's what that customer needed at that time. And I'm like, yeah, but we need to be efficient and we need to do all these other things. But we just continue to take that approach on what is it you need. And I'll give a perfect example. Right now, we have a small hospital that we're supporting west of Ottawa. They're in the middle of their electronic health record implementation, and their IT manager left. Got another job in Kingston and took off. So right now, I'm the acting IT manager of the Perth and Smith Falls District Hospital, right? Because that's what they needed. So we stepped in and we've surrounded them with a team of people to get things done. So, we have all the different components of IT, and we bring that to the table. Managed services is probably the biggest thing that we do. Most IT organizations, and why I went from very large organizations like Sick Kids to doing what I'm doing at Nova Networks today, is the vast majority of hospitals and health organizations are small, underfunded, under-resourced, and all have significant tasks and jobs they need to do. So I wanted to be very dedicated to that kind of task, right? When I worked at Sick Kids, I had an $83 million capital budget. I had 260 some odd IT people. I offered IT services out to the private sector because we had so much of it. In this reality, in this world, we don't have that option, right? You're often the Portsmouth Falls example. That's a 5-person IT shop for 2 full campuses over 100 beds. Managed services become one of those things from a support perspective, and the trend that I see more and more here that links to the cybersecurity conversation we've been having is patching as a service, right? Lots of organizations trying to keep up with that regular routine of keeping all their Microsoft patches and all their security patches and all that kind of stuff still moving. They don't have the time or the resources or capabilities, and so they'll do, we do a service at about $5 a device, and we keep everything running for you, right? People are learning that these hybrid work systems of both, in-house staff, consultants, remote, and on-site is the kind of new model. This is all centered on a network operations center that runs 7/24. Everything you can expect would be there is there. Cybersecurity is another big part of what we do, another topic that we've had here. We ourselves have learned that you can't do it on your own. So we've partnered with other companies, in particular a company called ESET. We really like what they do. We also like the fact they're European. Europeans tend not to be as driven by the stock exchange, more by customer satisfaction than dollars. So just a cultural thing that works really well for us. But they're a phenomenal partner. And there's no doubt that we've all heard the massive amount of attacks in the healthcare industry. We are not immune. There's all the bad guys and girls are still all bad guys and girls. They don't care who they attack and why they attack. Actually, I thought it was really funny when sick kids got breached. The provider, I think you guys know this, there are many legitimate businesses that create malicious code, right? And they sell that code, right? You can Google it, top 5, 10, malicious code creators. They're legitimate businesses. They run, they're publicly known. Everyone knows who the CEO is. Everyone, people apply for jobs, right? It's not, kids with hoods on in the basement, right? These are, in big office towers, and that's their job, to create malicious code. They sell that code, right, to different actors, and those actors go and extract money, right? In the case for sick kids, one of the rules of the company that created the malicious code is you can't affect women or children, right? So you can use our code to rob anyone else, but it can't be women or children. So when they found out that their code was used to breach sick kids, the parent company that sold it outed the reseller, outed the company that attacked them, right? Removed their license, right? And then gave the money back to the children's hospital. So this kind of concept of honor amongst thieves, I thought was kind of funny, even in the cyber world. So, there's tons of cyber attacks out there, happen every day, thousands a day. I remember in my first year, I put the big FireEye active cyber attack model up on screen, right? And you can just see it getting bombarded everywhere, all over the place. So we worked with this company called ESET. We offer, everything you can imagine under the sun. And I really liked a lot of the conversations around training and maintaining training. We run a full gamified training cycle that kind of runs quarterly or twice a year, whatever the client wants, so that it engages people, all kinds of end users, from nurses and clinicians, providers, to IT, to administration. They all have fun doing this and learn at the same time. So really comprehensive, full suite of cybersecurity tools that are available with us and in partnership with ESET. The other thing we really like about this organization is everything they deliver in Canada is all done with Canadian resources. So even their cybersecurity center is actually in Montreal, all Canadian-based. Nothing goes out of the country. Service desk, again, something that I'm finding is becoming more and more popular to organizations. This is that traditional help desk, as we heard with the nurses group. What we really try to do is put that in context knowledge within our services. So we offer these services. Ville de Québec is one of our clients, and we have a help desk that does all their internal IT services for them, all outsourced, because it's less expensive for them to do it that way than to try to maintain resources in-house. That becomes our problem. City of Ottawa, anything after hours we do. So we do a lot of spot work. Here in Alberta, we the Ministry of Health use this service. Life Labs use this service. So again, here's these complementary pieces of the puzzle that can help you and your organization manage the workloads. A little bit more on service desk. End user support. This is somewhere where we're seeing more and more traction. And when you're trying to take risk out of big digital transformation projects, having resources on hand and available is a really big part of it, right? There's nothing worse than driving forward, or you have this big project and you can't get to the goal line because you don't have enough people in the workforce to get the job done, right? So this is kind of on-demand services. And as you could well imagine, this is all based on an ITIL foundation, right? So we We use industry standards to kind of ground all this work to make sure that there's good, robust, mature processes. So when we do offer services, there's logic to everything that we do, even though we kind of meet you where you are. Lifecycle management. This is one that, again, in terms of de-risking your technology estate, this is one that we're getting more and more and more traction on, where it's kind of the cell phone model, right, for just about anything, right? So, you don't want to, you guys had a great presentation, right? Those nursing stations where you have inventory of all kinds of things all over the place in random places. How do you normalize that, and how do you ensure that there's always a flow of modernization for all that equipment? So this kind of service is what we use to do that. So from the idea of what you need, through the process of procurement, through the process of updating, asset management and all those kinds of things, more and more people are going that way, and it's cheaper at, say, $35 a month for a device than it is to go and find the capital dollars to go out and buy, maybe you need 500, 250, whatever amount of equipment you need. But this is a great way to de-risk projects. The other thing that is really interesting in this is moving dollars from the traditional capital dollars that we see in healthcare so often to operational dollars, right? We get often in healthcare, we get lots of capital dollars to go do a project, right? Here's $100 to go do whatever. And then the year after you've done the project, you go, okay, well now it costs me $25 to maintain it. And they go, we don't have budget for that, right? So by moving into this kind of life cycle management idea, or what industry is calling everything as a service or device as a service, right? You start to move that money within your organization into operational dollars, which gives you a sustainable stream of revenue to support your organization going forward. So again, just another kind of trick or thing that I'm seeing and have learned, some lessons I've learned myself, is if you can move those dollars over to operational dollars, the idea to maintain your fleet and maintain your estate becomes a lot more simple, because you're not having that debate anymore. And when we see as a small company the big guys like the Lenovos of the world introducing this kind of stuff, we know we're kind of on the right path. A few other points to the LCM process, but it really is a soup to nuts. We'll help you figure out what it is you need. We'll help you do procurement. We'll use our own buyers to do all that kind of stuff. We can publish it. We worked with the team from Quebec this past year, and we published it in an e-commerce portal so that they can just order, and they have their standards all built in, and it's nice and simple. A little off topic, but there is a retail element to healthcare. So we help, we do work with Walmart, Burger King, I think Tim Hortons on all their POS and their digital displays and all that kind of stuff. So we're well designed to manage that kind of stuff. We work with a lot of the unions as well, coast to coast, with their equipment. And ultimately, when you think of how do I manage risk, right? It's the 4 pieces on the bottom that are really those key ones on how do I make things predictable, right? If things are less risky, if they're predictable, if they're stable, compliant, and there's continuity, right? That's sustainability, right? One of the things we often suffer in healthcare is, I got money, I don't have money. I have money, I don't have money. What am I going to do? That's from an IT perspective, that's horrible, right? It's really tough to really manage things when, patients are coming. They don't care what revenue cycle or what budget cycle you're in. So I'm going to change gears a little bit. That's kind of traditional stuff. And just a quick question before we keep going. Stand up if you have used ChatGPT or some kind of AI. Just get everyone to stand, because we all ate lasagna. Stand up if you've used ChatGPT or some sort of AI product. All right. So sit down if your organization has a policy that tells you how to support that and how to do that. Yeah. It's like, we do, I'm telling you. So again, so you could all sit down now, but just wanted to get people moving as even my lasagna is still just sitting there. It's like, oh, nap time. So moving into this new kind of dynamic world, right? AI to me is not all that different. In healthcare, for our nursing colleagues, you've used decision support for you've used aids your entire career, right? AI is just moving these things forward and putting them a little bit on steroids. What Tehima is it's a really interesting idea, and we're just starting to get to know this company better, and I think it really has an application for this group. So who uses VMware or Citrix? Right? How many people have renewed your VMware or Citrix contracts? How many have found that the percentage increase is over 100? Right? Yeah. My last one, just for even this small hospital in Citrix, went from $2,500 to $7,500 just on renewal for the exact same thing, right? I talked to another hospital in Toronto area. It was a 300% increase on their VMware contract. No one's ever budgeted for that kind of stuff. So we started a year ago kind of seeing this trend coming, trying to find a couple of companies that could give alternatives to these, big, massive players that are, in my mind, being a little bit of a bully in the marketplace. So Tehima is kind of, I'll say, Citrix on steroids with a little bit of VMware for remote access. And what it does is create, I'll call it these private rooms, right? So if I used a table analogy, so if this table was a room, right, you would all have a seat at the table, but none of the information, none of the data, none of the stuff could ever leave the table, right? So if you think of that from setting up clinics, from setting up remote offices, all that kind of stuff, as long as you have connectivity and basic infrastructure, you can set things up within an hour, right? I'm sure we've all had the moment where HR calls or one of the departments calls and say, oh yeah, we hired Johnny, they start tomorrow. And you're like, well, I don't have a laptop for Johnny or a desk, I don't have anything, right? So in this kind of model, you can go, oh great, what's Johnny's family name, right? Set them up, virtual desktop, as long as they have a keyboard somewhere, they're good to go, right? The other part here is this brings all that security stuff all together at once, right? So they're actually in the process of working this within, Cherish mentioned it, E5 licenses, right? So that you can have a virtual desktop and a virtual room all for one thing. So if I think of the transaction between the communities and your funder, right? In this world that we're now in, data is your revenue stream, right? In healthcare at all levels, data drives revenue, right? If you're a primary care doc, it's transactional. If you're a community, you provide data to your funder, and based on that data, they give you money. If I think of OCAP principles, which were appropriately raised, right? There's always this really weird dynamic and tension between how much information can I share, what should I make it look like, how do I give them access. This type of solution creates a room, right, where I can build virtual desktops where we can work. Say I'll put myself in a community space. I can work as my community, get all my data organized, get everything set up. And then when I want to make something available to third parties, be it a funder, be it other communities, be it a research group, right? I can invite them in, I can give them a virtual desktop, and I can let them work within that room, knowing that never, ever, ever is a shred of that information going to leave, right? So if you think of all the scary things like, was it Squidward or Bright Squid we're talking about, and right? All these things that people are trying to scare you on data breaches and all that kind of stuff. These things all happen. I was a privacy officer for 5 years. On average, I fired 6 people a year, right? Just because they were dumb, right? So all these things do happen, right? But when you can use technology to protect all of those processes and all that human piece, that's a great solution. So this is something we're trialing right now. We're doing a couple of proof of concepts, and if anyone else is interested, we'd love to have you. Provisioning is super easy. It works. It's actually in the AWS cloud today. It's in the process of being in Azure as part of the E5 license. Quick provisioning, really simple, easy way to build security for exchange of information. So the next part of the equation and the problem is data, right? So we're doing all this security stuff and all this privacy training and all this kind of stuff to protect data, right? The problem is typically we don't know much about our data, right? As IT professionals, we know we have all these SQL databases and all these other things and terabytes of this and terabytes of that, but we don't necessarily know all that data. So Snowflake is a really interesting organization, again, that just starting to look into, but they have probably the most unique position right now in data management, data governance, and data warehousing. They do a really neat thing, I think it's the next slide, where they split out the concepts of data storage and compute, right? So if you think of trying to use our big hyperscalers, which, doing data analytics and data management, hyperscalers are great for that stuff. Today it gets expensive because I always got to bring those two things together. This product actually pulls them apart, right? So you can literally manage tens of terabytes of data for like $10, $15, $20 a month, right? Because now I've split those two things apart. So really neat product. And then they have this really nice layer around it, what they call their snow grid, which is the ability to create I'll call it a trading place, right? Where can I share and trade data with my partners safely? So I see these two things, this Tahima thing and Snowflake working in perfect harmony, where I can understand and use my data, classify my data, manage my data, understand the governance about it. One of our speakers were talking about that governance piece, right? And how difficult it is to get all that. This tool starts to automate that in a really interesting way, so that you now have classifications within data on this is personal health information, this is administrative information, this is something else, right? So now as we start to use technology to our benefit versus just something to have, right? We have ways to govern and manage our data, and we have ways to share it totally safe and securely, right? And we're starting to take the human element out of that process. Talked a little bit about data collaboration, so creating that e-commerce platform. So I can give an example. Here in Alberta, I was working for Hitachi at the time. Alberta wanted to do a big data warehouse project for all the health data in the province, but also wanted to bring in municipal data and wanted to bring in open source data so that they can start to figure things out around population health overall. They couldn't get it off the ground because there wasn't enough technology at the time to create that big, massive data exchange and manage it without having to build an army of people at the end of the day. Snowflake has actually changed that paradigm and puts all this in an automated fashion. And I haven't seen the paper myself, but I hear the province of Alberta is actually going to use Snowflake to bring that project back from 2017 and actually run it all on Snowflake. So here's, at the provincial level, I'm looking at public health data, I'm looking at hospital data, I'm looking at social media data, I'm looking at open source data, municipal data, bringing all that in and trying to help use that information to guide the province on what they need to do next, all within a really safe context, but all within an ecosystem that is protected and gives every player the role-based access that they're allowed to have. So really, really different paradigm. We talked about monetizing data a little bit. At the end of the day, this is very much an American term, but for us here in Canada, our health data is monetized every day, right? Physicians are transaction-based, hospitals are transactions-based, right? Our communities are transactions-based. We trade data for money all the time. We don't always want to admit it, but the more we admit it, the more we can build that reality. Access, big part of this. One of the things I really like about this platform is there's never any copying of data, right? That's always one of the big issues with data warehouse projects, is you're going to end up with multiple versions of the data somewhere, right? In this, there's never more than the original copy. So I'm not super technical enough to know exactly how they do that, but that's what they say, so I'm investigating. But I really like that idea, because there's nothing worse than taking, you could have a petabyte of data, and now to really do something interesting with it, because I can't touch my production system, I got to go build another petabyte. Like, are you crazy? Who has money to do that? So I really like this model here. Access, governance, and action, again, coming back to that ability to let other people use the data. And this is the customer journey. So if your reality is, I need to manage data in a safe and secure way that's compliant with all the legislations that I need to be compliant with, right? This might be a journey you might be interested on. I can say from a Nova Network standpoint, this is one we're investigating and trying to learn more about ourselves so we can bring better solutions to you guys. I link this with the virtual desktop idea, and I think we've got something that really changes the paradigm on how we use our information in a safe and secure way. And that's it. Thank you. No one's asked questions yet, so I'm going to say, any questions? This is my favorite part, when she comes up and does the summary anyway, so I'm always excited. All yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much to Tyrone from Nova Networks, as mentioned, who's been here every year at NIITA, and I feel like I benefit from his mentorship. He always has really good advice and listens to challenges that I might be having in my professional career, so he's kind of like an uncle to me. So Nova Networks is based out of Ottawa, and it was established in 1993. They are a managed service provider. So some of the services that they provide are compute, storage, application, database, network communication, collaboration, and cloud. Tyrone talked about patching as a service and also everything as a service. And renting equipment versus purchasing, something that HP mentioned yesterday, as a way to decrease our IT carbon footprint. Their vision is to empower through innovation, and they follow various industry standards such as ITIL and looking at life cycle management. Tyrone also spoke about point-of-sale systems, POS, and how they work to deliver some of those systems for Walmart and Burger King, etc. He also spoke about THAMA and about some of the cost of renewals for other relevant softwares that have increased over 300%, such as things like Citrix and VMware. He explained that THAMA is sort of like Citrix on steroids, and at the core of their platform is a unique architecture that creates a secure parameter around your virtual desktops. So unlike traditional VDI or DAS that require complex infrastructure, THAMA has an all-in-one solution. He also spoke about a platform called Snowflake that helps you to know and protect your data and connect using data collaboration. So it's a flexible architecture that reduces some data silos. And when I looked on Snowflake's website, they have very prominent companies that they're supporting, such as DoorDash, Adobe, Cisco, Capital One, Kraft, Heinz, ABC, Comcast, Pfizer, AT&T, and also Electronic Arts. So it is definitely a platform that's worth looking into. So with over 30 years of excellence, Nova Networks is one of Canada's leading information technology companies. They're based out of Ottawa, and they specialize in delivering customized, comprehensive IT solutions and services, offering end-to-end expertise from consulting and strategic planning to deployment and implementation. Our final presenter of the day is Powerland Computers Limited by Gabriel Sierra. Gabriel Sierra serves as the Executive Director of Service Operations at Powerland, where he leads a high-performing team responsible for delivering top-tier IT services and solutions across Canada. With over 15 years of experience in the IT industry, Gabriel brings a wealth of experience in service management, digital transformation, and customer success. Gabriel's primary focus is on transforming service operations through a strategic blend of data-driven insights, innovative technology solutions, and process optimization. He is committed to fostering a collaborative, customer-centric environment that not only enhances operational efficiency, but also encourages a culture of growth and continuous learning within the team. By leveraging industry-proven methodologies and focusing on long-term client partnerships, Gabriel ensures that Powerland delivers tailored, forward-thinking IT services that meet the evolving needs of the market. His presentation is the value of Copilot for Microsoft 365. Thank you for being with us.
Hey everyone, thanks for attending. I am not Chris Francu, but he came down with COVID, unfortunately, and wasn't able to attend today. So let's just give it a second for the deck to come up. While that comes up, I'll just talk a little bit about Powerland and Xerox. So I really enjoyed Tyson's presentation. In contrast, though, being an independent organization, we're quite the opposite, as he had commented, purchased by a lot of big organizations. Powerland was founded in 1985 and has been a perpetual tech startup that whole time. Really had that mentality, scrappy, resilient, getting things done. A couple of years ago, Xerox became interested in Powerland, and so Xerox was founded in 1906. And in the last year, they've really taken a much more active approach, understanding where the opportunity lies in the market and how they can help us through augmenting with their resources to help us grow. So, you know, I got to talk about Xerox a little bit. Let's talk about their history in our industry, right? We can look back to the 70s. They developed the Ethernet standard. We can look at the GUI. There's a famous story about Steve Jobs seeing it on the Xerox Alto. We can look at Smalltalk and object-oriented programming that was pioneered by Xerox. And then even something like the computer mouse came from Xerox. Now, can we argue they haven't always monetized these innovations the best? Yes. But Xerox is now on the path to reinvention. So what is the next 100 years? Xerox has been around for 100 years, wants to go for another 100. And how do we do that? How do we do that sustainably? How do we do that with the support of our community as well? So I'll highlight just one other point that I think is really important. Xerox has been focused on a circular economy and figuring out ways to be more sustainable and environmental since I think it was about the 80s or 90s. And they've been a pioneer in that space. And I think that's really important as we look at sustainability in our environment and the future and our carbon footprint, obviously. So from there, I think I'd like to cap off with one point before we start with Copilot. I read something a while ago on LinkedIn that I really believe and agree with. Your job it won't get taken by AI, but likely by somebody using AI. So how can you use it and gain that competitive advantage? And that's really, what we'll talk about a bit today. So there's been a ton of fantastic information here, lots of really informative data, and hopefully this will be a little bit lighter and cap things off on a bit of a lighter note. So first, we'll talk about, one moment please. We'll define what Copilot is and touch on a few of Copilot's offerings within the Microsoft ecosystem. So, Microsoft is committed to the advancement of AI driven by ethical principles. So first we'll look at the security foundation in Copilot for M365 and how it helps uphold privacy and security standards. You'll notice I come back to this a few times in the conversation today because Microsoft really wants to drive home how security is tied to their AI offerings. So right away, it automatically inherits all of your organization's security, compliance, and privacy policies through M365. Data is managed in line with Microsoft's current commitments. Copilot large language models are not trained on your tenant data. Microsoft has worked to design an experience that prioritizes human agency and puts the user in control. This includes noting limitations, providing links to sources, and prompting users to review, fact-check, and fine-tune content based on their own knowledge and judgment. Oh, did I go the wrong way? What happened there? Sorry? Down? Cool, thank you. Fantastic. Oh, sorry. Oh. So in 2023, AI reached an inflection point. Applications like ChatGPT, Bing Chat, Copilot, DALL-E 2 are now widely used and across society. Microsoft is taking a responsible approach by ensuring AI is built and used responsibly and ethically. They acknowledge that AI advances much benefit international competitiveness and security with the aim to serve society broadly and not narrowly. So Microsoft is heavily invested in research, policy, engineering that ensure fair, accurate, and safe AI systems. What is going on here? Those who can't do manage, right? So, the surge in AI lobbying has been remarkable, with over 450 organizations participating in 2023, a 185% increase from the previous year. This trend aligns with growing demands for AI regulation, especially as AI systems impact our lives in various ways. Notably, politicians have intensified their focus on responsible AI practices. Canada, for instance, has taken significant steps by introducing Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. This proposed legislation aims to establish common requirements for the design, development, and deployment of AI systems, ensuring safety, non-discrimination, and accountability. Now let's turn to AI at work. I'm excited to share some examples, and I'll highlight how AI technologies are transforming the daily work tasks for people in different job functions throughout an organization. So ChatGPT has made waves, obviously, turning the world upside down in the realm of technology. It's brought AI into the mainstream, but it's important to note that Microsoft is a large driving force behind AI innovation. Microsoft's innovation lies in their commitment to responsible AI, ensuring ethical practices guide the use of artificial intelligence. They've embedded security and trust across their platforms, and additionally have designed AI infrastructure for reliability and scalability. Copilot combines the power of large language models, or LLMs, with your data in MS Graph and the M365 apps, accessed through natural language. So to turn your words into the most powerful productivity tool on the planet. So it accesses your calendars, email, chat, documents, meeting, contacts to do things you've never been able to do before. You can give it natural language prompts like tell my team how we updated the product strategy, and it will generate a status update based on the last email and chat threads. So to answer the question from our opening slide, what is it? Copilot for 365 is an AI-powered digital assistant. It's crafted as a user-friendly tool to simplify everyday tasks, making work more efficient and effective. It's also important to note that what you currently have in place to protect your data and identity stays in place. There are a couple of videos, but I think we're going to skip over a couple of them. Just be one moment.
Back from vacation and way behind on our marketing
Or we
video.
won't.
Let's see if Copilot can help catch me up. Okay, down here, this little spot has some quick, helpful prompts. I need highlights from the past 7 days. And okay, cool. Looks like we still need logo approved. And okay, this script one is important to me. Click the little citation number, jumps me direct to the message. Highlighted in red there too. Pretty quick way to get caught up. That's what Copilot can do for you. I need to brainstorm some taglines for our company, so I'm going to ask Copilot for some ideas. Focused on inclusive design. And see what we get. Nice. Good start. Okay, let's try something a little more specific. This time, I'm going to reference our company overview right in Copilot. And go. Now I can pick a favorite and get even more ideas. Just highlight, rewrite, and Copilot gives me options. Nice. Not today, writer's block.
Okay, brand new PowerPoint here. Let's see how quickly I can turn my design report into a compelling presentation. Copilot open. Let's go down to the prompt guide. Here we go. Create from a file. Copilot suggesting recent ones, and yep, there's the one I want. Click send, and let's see what we get. Okay, this looks like a pretty great start. I'm going to go in and do some refining, but... Ooh, I've got an idea. Let's try Copilot one more time here. Please make the titles on all slides green. Okay, that was cool. This might get done faster than I thought. That's what Copilot can do for you.
I think there's one more. This one I actually find interesting.
Copilot puts all the rich capabilities of Excel at your fingertips. Say you need to analyze this quarter's sales results for the monthly business review. You start by asking Copilot to analyze the data and give you 3 key trends. Within seconds, you've got what you need. But you want to drill in. You ask Copilot a follow-up question about one of the trends. Copilot creates a new sheet, giving you a sandbox to play in, and helping you get a better understanding of what's happening without modifying the data in the original sheet. You ask Copilot to visualize what contributed to the decline in sales growth this period. Copilot adds a little color to make the problem jump off the page. Now you want to dig a little deeper and ask a follow-up question with a what-if scenario. Copilot not only answers your question, it creates a simple model of the scenario, and even asks you if you want to learn more about what it did, with a step-by-step breakdown. Finally, you can ask it to create a graph of your projected model. Copilot has turned a sea of data into clear insights and actions. Introducing Microsoft 365 Chat, a powerful new capability in Microsoft 365 to solve your most complex problems at work. Let's say you're a marketer at a national chain of home improvement stores, and you need to get the latest on the store opening. You start your day with Copilot, asking what's hot in your inbox today. It does some thinking and gives you an overview of the most pressing items. Great. Looks like the new store opening plans could use your attention. Let's dive in deeper there. Copilot combs through all your recent emails, chats, documents, and meetings, whether you attended them or not, to get you up to speed in moments. It didn't just summarize a single document, it knew what sources to pull from, and what information to extract from each. Next, you need to do some market research. Let's say you want some details on square footage and the proximity of competitors to your new location. M365 Chat scours the web, and within seconds, it finds everything you're looking for. And it includes references, so you can easily fact-check the results. You're curious, how does this stack up against the other stores you opened in the past year? Copilot figures out which stores you mean, crunches the numbers, and gives you the answer. Next on your to-do list, finalize the date and speaker for the opening event. You missed the last meeting, and this might have come up in the conversation. Copilot's got you covered, getting you up to speed in seconds. Looks like it was a dynamic discussion, and it's your responsibility to make the final decision. To do that, you need to understand all the factors at play, including the implications they have on your grand opening timeline. Copilot extracts the relevant details and puts them in an organized table, which helps bring the full picture into view. You're not seeing a clear answer, so you ask it to recommend the best date and speaker based on the constraints discussed. It not only understands the constraints, it thinks through the options to help solve your problem. There you go. Now you have a clear recommendation, so you can make the call and notify the team. Now that you've got your opening date, you've got to get the customers excited. Time to write a blog post. You point Copilot to the right files and ask it to pick the top 5 things and make them prominent. Here it goes. Give it a moment. Okay, now you've got a blog post. This store will be the first to unveil your new home improvement concierge service, and you need a catchy tagline. Let's generate some options. This is great for when you've got a case of writer's block. Here we go. These look pretty good. You want to add a blurb on the new store manager and highlight their impressive retail experience. Copilot pulls the information from LinkedIn and puts it in the blog for you. The opening is just around the corner, and you've got to send an email to get the team ready. Now, one of the amazing things about Copilot is you don't need to worry about things like punctuation, spelling, or being super structured in your prompt. You can just give it a total brain dump, as you can see here. And what you'll find is the more context you give it, the better the results. There was a great quote in the store walkthrough video that you want to include, but you don't remember where you last saw it or have time to search for it, let alone rewatch it to find the quote. Based on your quick description, Copilot can find the exact video you're thinking of, extract the quote you wanted, and plugs both the quote and the video into your email. Let's hop over to Outlook to refine the email. So you like the draft, but it doesn't sound like you. Introducing Sound Like Me in Outlook. Now Copilot can personalize any email to match your unique style and voice. It even gets the subtle details right, like how you sign your emails. M365 Chat is a whole new way to work.
So as you can see from this slide, why is security and data governance important when deploying Copilot for M365? I think we can all agree from all of the previous presenters, there are a ton of compelling reasons to ensure there is proper security and data governance. So Copilot with data
Microsoft
security.
365 Copilot works with the data security controls you have in place for file access, labeling, classification, and data loss prevention. Mario Rogers works for Violet Martinez, and both are on the same team at Contoso. Mario and Violet are also members in the same group working on Project Falcon. Now we'll start with Violet, who's been working with the procurement and contract management teams to sell their partner ReliCloud 1,500 Mark 8 quadcopters. And you can see the file is labeled highly confidential with restricted access, and it describes all the terms in the purchase agreement. Because Violet has access to the file, she's able to search for and find it in SharePoint and Microsoft365.com. And of course, Violet can also navigate to the file's location in the Agreements folder of the project site to find the purchase agreement. So now let's look at Mario's experience. Even though he's on the same team and working on Project Falcon with Violet, if Mario tries to search for the Contoso purchase agreement, he won't find it. And there are a few purchasing documents that he does find without sensitive information, but not the one that Violet's working on. And if Mario knows the location of the purchase agreement and tries to navigate to it directly, it just appears as an empty folder to him. And when Mario launches Word on the web and creates a blank document, then prompts Microsoft 365 Copilot to summarize the Contoso purchase agreement as a reference file, because Microsoft 365 Copilot respects the file permissions of its user, Copilot also cannot access the purchase agreement. Now if we switch back to Violet's screen, because she has permission to access the purchase agreement, she can use Microsoft 365 Copilot to summarize the file. And after a moment, you'll see it created a summary of the purchase agreement, and Violet decides to keep it. Then data security controls for Microsoft Purview discover sensitive information found in the Microsoft 365 Copilot generated content. The document is automatically labeled as highly confidential, and policies are enforced to restrict access to the document.
Great. So what I'd really like to highlight here, it is a whole new way of working that involves both software and culture. Informally, how I'm using Copilot and ChatGPT, depending on the use case, I'll use one or the other. Generally, if it's a task I really don't want to do, the first thing I'm going to ask is, can GPT or Copilot do it for me? So it's been really helpful in terms of reviewing contracts, Excel spreadsheets, highlighting differences. I found it very helpful. So here are some of the common questions we hear from customers. So who should we give the first seats to? How do I get employees up and running quickly? And what are the ways to impact? And so really, we're looking at it in a few different ways. So I'll actually go back to that previous one. Who do I give the first Copilot seats to? We recommend usually managers, executives, people that have the ability to understand and make the best use out of it, receive the best ROI because of the cost versus your time. And then from there, then you can have that executive buy-in and build out from there. Identify your use cases, and work with the team to identify which activities are suited for generative AI. And what are the ways to measure impact? In many ways, financial, time, I'd say are two of the biggest ones. We'll look at an activity, see how much effort it is for somebody to do it manually. Then we'll review it, see how much effort it'll take to develop an automation for it, and then do a cost-benefit analysis and understand if it's worth it or not. So organizations are rapidly adopting AI to meet core needs. So here's some AI trends. I won't go through all of them, but it gives you a pretty good idea of some of the trends we're looking at and where they're really helping us. I'll focus in on the productivity boost. There's a ton of opportunity there for us to reduce manual repetitive tasks that don't require critical reasoning. And where those opportunities come, that frees up your team to work on more important, higher value work, right? So these are the projected most impacted areas by Copilot. And again, I'll go back to one of my first statements. Your job won't be taken by AI, but potentially somebody using AI. And so where can we get that advantage? And I'll add another thing. In a lot of the discussions I've had with a lot of AI vendors, they always mention one thing, the human in the loop. And you're always going to have that human in the loop. And you can't eliminate it completely, and you don't want to. You need that human there. So from here we can see, it helps build that employee-centric perspective, and we can add business value. And a little more data there. So these are really the questions you should be asking yourself, right? What are your organization's goals for using AI? What are the pain points? What are the capabilities? What is your data strategy? And do you have one in place? And does your organization have the necessary infrastructure and resources to support AI initiatives? And I'll call back to Tyson's presentations and some of the previous ones of having the right architecture, right? Snowflake is an absolutely fantastic tool. I've used it in my current role, I've used it in the past, and there are a lot of tools that are really important and really necessary in order to make use of AI, right? A lot of the underlying infrastructure needs to be accessible by the AI in order to train and do things with it. So there's a really big piece there that you need to have a data strategy, and you also need to ensure that you have the right infrastructure and resources. So a quick tip, modern architecture. When you're looking at new services, you want things that are modern. You want things that will talk to each other. You want things ideally based on open APIs and other areas like that. So I think we've discussed what's in it for you. I think there's a ton of opportunities here. It's really transforming work for so many people. You can see from the numbers here, it has had significant, substantial impacts to productivity as well as quality of life at work. And as you can see, there's basically a use case for just about any group within your organization. A little more in depth about impact by function. So you can see here, there's different ways that there could be impacted. Obviously, this list is not exhaustive, but just some ideas. And then AI-powered digital assistants. In my last role, I had set up a small digital assistant, a simple chatbot, with an LLM trained against it. Was it perfect? No. Did it help? Yes. And was it, what's that saying? Don't let perfection be the enemy of progress. So this is how we're going to make progress, and AI will continue to progress with it. And then this is Copilot Studio. We'll just watch this video.
Copilot Studio is a low-code tool that enables you to create new Copilot experiences across Microsoft 365 through connectors and plugins, all governed through IT. Let's take a common example, travel budgets and expenses, a process that is unique to every organization. Here we are in Copilot Chat. You've seen Copilot quickly and easily summarize documents, like this travel policy. But what if you wanted to know more? Like how much of your team's travel budget is left for the rest of the quarter? Copilot will find information from the Microsoft Graph, but that's only going to get you so far, because the data you're looking for resides in a system of record. With Copilot Studio, you can customize your Copilot to access data from first and third-party sources. Just start by giving your topic a description for what you want it to do. In this case, providing richer details on expense questions. Copilot Studio allows you to tap into any data source, including websites, Azure services, and coming very soon, you can even access and use OpenAI's GPTs from right within the Copilot Studio. And with over 1,100 out-of-the-box options to connect, you can steer Copilot to the right information, in this case, SAP. Since the travel policy is on SharePoint, you can connect that too, so Copilot can keep track of any policy updates. As you can see, we're giving Copilot instructions to let the model know how to generate responses. Once you've completed your customization, you just hit publish. And the best part, IT only needs to build it once, and it can be reused across the organization, and you can manage it all in one central place. Now let's go back to the chat to see how Copilot handles your question. You use the same prompt, and just like that, your new customized Copilot gives you the answer you were looking for. Now you know exactly how much budget is remaining. And thanks to the data you just connected, you also know that any new travel needs to be booked before December 30th to stay within policy. The possibilities for what you can create here are truly limitless.
Awesome. So I'll cap this presentation off with a couple of points. So first, I'd like to reiterate the importance of your data services. In order to effectively use AI, especially if you're looking outside of MS Graph, you really need to make sure you have the right data structure in place to actually train the data. The second point I'll bring up is, and it was touched on a little bit here, the necessity of proper prompts and good prompts. So if I were to make any recommendation for Copilot, it would be learn how to prompt it correctly to get the information you want. If you don't prompt it the right way, you won't get what you want out of it, and it can be a bit finicky and interesting sometimes. The next point I'll mention is our partnerships. So being part of Xerox, being part of a global public company, we have a ton of partnerships with a myriad of organizations, more than I can put up on a slide deck. And really, you know, I really love about Powerland that we will find the right solution for the right use case. We're not going to force a specific solution. We have partners across the landscape serving all the markets, so we'll understand where your organization fits in the market and make sure you have the right tool that actually gets you where you need to go. And the last point is, if you have any questions, anything else, please come talk to us. I would be remiss if I didn't call out our Microsoft Cloud team. As you're probably aware, we are a very strong Microsoft partner. We have somebody from our cloud team here today, and let me tell you, it is a world-class team. And I'm not just saying it because Monique's here. I am not joking when I say Microsoft has actually called our team for support on cloud issues that they've had. So we have a really strong practice, and we try to ensure that we're extremely competitive in the market. So thank you all for your time, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you very much to Chris Fransko, the account executive at Powerland, where he's worked for the past 5.5 years. So Powerland was started in 1985, and it was obtained by Xerox in 2022. So his presentation talked about how organizations can use Copilot to increase their return on investment and use AI within the modern workplace to increase their productivity. And so specifically for end users, they can start to explore Copilot for Microsoft 365 using the Microsoft Copilot Lab. Copilot is an add-on to other licensing plans. So Copilot Pro costs an additional $27 per user per month. But it has a huge return on investment of 112 to 457% projected return on investment using Copilot for 3 years. So again, just reiterating that when people spend, we heard it in other presentations where people spend every dollar for AI has an investment or return of $3. So I started looking on Microsoft Learn, and it talked about how administrators, I think a lot of people here are IT admins. I don't know who's implemented Copilot, but administrators must have Microsoft Loop enabled. You have to optimize your search within SharePoint. You should be applying principles of just enough access to identify sites with overshared content and control access using SharePoint Advanced Management or SAM. And so that looks at activity-based accounts, and you'd be using Microsoft Purview to use restricted access control, and using also sensitivity labels within Purview. So some default labels are automatically created, like public, general, or confidential, and you can also create your own labels. So by defining, enabling, and applying these sensitivity labels, this feeds into your data loss prevention policies, and then again into the Purview portal, you can start to audit Copilot activity, create retention policies, and use e-discovery and communication compliance around, again, the auditing and retention policies. And then you're going into reviewing your app's privacy settings that affect the privacy of the data. And they also talked about how under Viva Insights, there's a Microsoft Copilot dashboard to drive adoption and measure impact. So I hope that a lot of people that are here today are starting to use Copilot, again, the return on investment and the benefits that we have available to us within our careers and to more greatly enable our workforces is of paramount importance. We all have such busy days, and any way that we can optimize our own workflows day to day and save time is of 100% significance. So thank you again very much to PowerWorks, thank you very much again to Powerland for being here with us today. So this brings us to the end of our day, and today I really wanted to focus on the audience, and I wanted to talk about NIITA and the direction moving forward. That's something that we're going to be workshopping tomorrow, so I appreciate each and every one of you being here because, again, the importance of Indigenous healthcare and the work that we do as IT professionals to help improve health outcomes for Indigenous communities is of paramount importance. Where I live, statistics came out in British Columbia that since 2020, the life expectancy of First Nations people in British Columbia has actually decreased by 6 years. And so that's not a statistic that I'm proud of, and I so believe in the ability of technology and IT and the work that we do to help improve those health outcomes. So I just thank you all for your time today, and I really am encouraged by each and every one of you that work every day behind the scenes within IT to make sure that we're helping to support health professionals across the board and remove some of those data silos that citizens are impacted by every day within the healthcare industry. So without further ado, I do want to open up the mic to anyone that would like to share. We had a number of people that I spoke to, and I'm really grateful to each and every one of you for being here. I don't know if anyone wants to go first. I talked to a few people. So let's move into a little bit of an open mic. There were people, I know we're all introverts. A lot of people are a little bit hesitant to come up to the mic and to present, but I really want us to do an information sharing and knowledge exchange about some of the exciting projects that you might have within your organizations, some of the exciting things that have happened over the last year for you, things that you're looking forward to, ways that you'd like to collaborate with other IT professionals across the country. So, I know we had a few people that were interested in speaking. If you wanted to raise your hand. Okay. All right, so we'll just start at the front of the room. So we have two representatives that are here from Rogers at the front of the room, and I was explaining to them that in the far north I don't have Rogers. I have TELUS in some areas, and I have Northwestel, which is a subsidiary of Bell Mobility currently. Really exciting in my jurisdiction is that there's a First Nations consortium that's coming together, a billion dollar deal to purchase Northwestel, and Northwestel is the only ISP that we have in Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut, to the best of my knowledge. But yeah, I wanted to really just invite you up and invite the representatives from Rogers just to give a brief introduction about the work that they do. And I spoke to a couple of attendees as well who talked about how they have a really close working relationship with Rogers. So please feel free to come forward. Thank you. It's very brave of you to be the first one.
Thank you, Cherish. I'll introduce you to myself in Cree, and I'll translate it in English. Tansakiwa Kelly Shalafu Nitsi Kasun Kapawino First Nation Aschakamama Wea Pivan Métis Settlement. I am Kelly Shalafu. I'm from the Kapawino First Nation. My mother's from the Pivan Métis Settlement. I'm from Treaty 8, 3.5 hours northwest of Edmonton. I'm part of the Indigenous Relations team with Rogers. My colleague, Leanne McLeod, is our intake specialist. She's from a First Nation in northern Manitoba. Indigenous relations came about from the Truth and Reconciliation, specifically Call to Action 92 for the corporate sector. Rogers created an Indigenous relations team. We specialize in community engagement, specifically myself in the real estate department, was site acquisition specialist. So again, community engagement, whenever Rogers wants to put up a tower, where I live in northern Alberta, I help create that relationship with the nations. And because I'm in a unique situation in Treaty 8, I also have 8 Métis settlements to deal with. My colleagues across the country do not have that. So coming from a First Nation in the Métis world, I have that connection. And I guess that's the gist of it. We have 10 colleagues across the country, some in BC, Ontario, and New Brunswick. My colleagues in British Columbia focus on the Haida Gwaii, and we have another colleague in northwestern British Columbia who focus on the Highway of Tears and putting up those certain towers on that stretch. So that is the gist of Indigenous relations. We focus on wireless, wireline support, for local internet service providers, economic development, community and support, is some of the stuff we touch on. And feel free to pick up our pamphlet at our table. And there's emails there for us, Indigenous hiring. A lot of the stuff in our partners are the CAB, Progress for Aboriginal Relations, the North American Indigenous Games, Downey Windjack, Legacy Space, which we just had a grand opening in our Calgary office, Missing Murdered Indigenous Women, the Highway of Tears, Remote Healthcare Development Partners, Jay's Care, Indigenous Youth Support, Indigenous Fashion Contributor, and most recently our National Indigenous News Team with our City TV television network, with Indigenous reporters in Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, Montreal, Toronto, and so forth. So feel free to grab our pamphlets, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much to Kelly from Rogers for being brave and coming up and talking about some of the Indigenous reconciliation and initiatives that Rogers is undertaking. One company that really has stuck with me throughout my time at NIITA has been Szechuan. And so the first year that I was at NIITA, I got to meet Peter Layton. And today we have Adnan Ahmed, and he is the Chief Technology Officer at Szechuan, and he is responsible for all aspects of the network, services, and management systems. He has worked with the fiber optic project since 2017, and in August 2019, Adnan transitioned to Szechuan from Naskapi, where he managed their satellite, wireless, and mobility networks. And so prior to that, he worked for Omniglobe Inc., Lynx Mobility, and has done work with various companies for enterprise networking and software design projects. And so I'd like to invite them because another undercurrent happening at NIITA is people trying to get the best internet connectivity for their First Nations. Charles Bighead isn't here, but I know that Birdies has their own cell phone project. I have construction starting in my community for our cell phone project on the 15th, with construction to complete the end of December. And so it's really important about Indigenous connectivity as a whole and how much investments have been made into broadband and cellular connectivity, trying to bridge the digital divide for our communities. I've spoken to there's a various number of people that are working on either trying to bring broadband, fiber, or cell phone towers to their communities. And so I just asked Adnan if he could please come forward and just talk a little bit about what Szechuan is actually doing over in Quebec. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cherish. Not to call you out, but I just want a correction, Cherish. The name is Sishun. Sishun. It's a name that's Sishun basically covers 2 First Nation communities: the Niskapis in Kawashikamak and the Inus in Matimikush. And Sishun came around because we were looking, like a lot of the First Nations, the community was being served by satellite services only. And it's slow, it's latency. This was before Starlinks, right? So everything was slow, everything was taking a lot of time. And the community came out and said, you know what, we need to find a way to get this done faster. That's how we got involved. That's how I got involved into building this fiber network. So I don't know if you know where Schefferville is, but Schefferville is in almost central location in northern Quebec. If you look at that border of northern Quebec and Labrador, there's that Labrador section that sticks into Quebec, and we're just on the north side of that. So from our community, you go 10 kilometers in any direction except for north, and you're in Labrador. If you go north, you still stay into Quebec. All right, but we're in just that little groove there. So we built a fiber network going from that spot all the way down via Sept-Îles to downtown Montreal. So we're co-located in CoLogic's facilities, and this is, for the region, has been huge. I've got here with me, back at the table, Rodrigue McKenzie, who's been IT support with me for the community for a long time, and I'm sure he can vouch for the huge difference that the community has seen from prior to fiber days to what the fiber services are now. The word Sishun, the way it came out was as part of brainstorming one day. One of our community members were talking, actually the chief at that time, well, how do we name this company? What do we name it? You know, there is no word for fiber optic in the Niskapi language or the Innu language, but we need a way for people to understand what it is. And as we're going through the dictionaries of both languages, one of the words that came around was Sishun. What in both languages, what it means is, it's almost like an adjective. It means something going fast. It was used in fast current. It was used in things going fast. And we're like, well, there's no better description for a fiber optic service company here. So we kept that name. And as people look at it, you know, it doesn't click in because I'm sure there's a little bit of a distinction between the way I say it and the way the word's supposed to be said in the language. But as soon as you explain it, they're like, that's what it is. Yes, it's going fast. So that's what we've brought. And as we brought this service out to this community, it's internet, right? It's fiber internet. It's very fast. But a lot of the people are just used to being Facebook. A lot of people are just using the emails. Like it was, okay, I can get faster to Facebook, but what does it really like? Why am I spending so much money for all of this? Like for this whole project? And we've spent a lot of time over the last 5 years. We've been in operation 5 years now, explaining to people that it's just a tool, right? You have access to this, but now you can deploy so much more on it. We've deployed a telephony system on top of it. We've deployed IPTV system on top of it. We've deployed our own 4G LTE network for that. And for that, I must say thank you to Rogers. We do have collaboration with Rogers. We're partnered with Rogers for spectrum access for our whole region. So they've been very helpful with us, not just in this project, but I've worked with the Rogers team for a decade for various communities and getting access to spectrum. So thank you very much for that. But we've deployed services. Now we're adding more services on top of that. We're adding fleet management, GPS tracking of vehicles. We've added remote sites. This last year, since I was here last, we've deployed remote sites with fully renewable energies. So we now have remote LTE sites that are serving camps, that are serving fishing areas, that are serving hunting areas, and they're fully autonomous. Solar panels, wind turbines on top, battery backup systems in them. Some of them even have a generator, just on the off chance that there's not enough sun and wind. But for most of these cases, we're looking at deploying, using the internet, using the fiber there as a tool of what else we need. What does the community need? For those in the eastern side, Kawashikamak just held their elders gathering. I think it was a community, a combination of like 15 different communities that had come together, and they go every year into different communities. And for the Niskapis, for the whole region, it was like correct me if I'm wrong, Rob, we had about 1,000 people that just popped up in this community for just 10 days, right? So there was a site set up. We were able to say, okay, you know what? We can get this remote site put up solar panels. Point-to-point connectivity is too late to actually get fiber out there based on the timeline that we had, but we're not able to give them service. And we've got public Wi-Fi. They had whatever they needed, and I think everybody loves that service. They're not using it. Now they're realizing what more they can do. We have teachers that have come up to the community that are teaching in the primary schools, but at the same time finishing off their masters online, something that they didn't do before. We have students now. One of our biggest problems has been finding IT guys, IT specs, IT technicians. It's hard to find them, and it's hard to get them to move to Shefferville because it's not something that can be done remotely for us. So thank you for the program. I know I'll be reaching out for that program again and looking into that, taking lots of notes for that. But we bring in a lot of people. And over the last 2 years, what we've done is we've actually identified people in the community. We have one kid in particular who we sponsored to go out and finish his IT degree for a 2-year diploma so he can actually learn the basics, come back and do it. And every time he's back with us, he's been doing his internships with us. So he's understanding what is happening in the community, understanding what we're doing for the community. And one of the biggest things we found with that is when people are explaining IT problems, when they're explaining it in English, they may not always understand what it is that they want to convey, right? Once we had Lazarus there, they were able to speak to him in the Scampi, and all of a sudden, like, things were just happening much more faster because they're explaining to him and whatever, however they want to explain it and not trying to translate and trying to tell somebody else, this is what I need fixed. So for us, it's been, I've loved the fiber out there. I think the community has loved it. One of the most heartwarming stories are whenever the kids actually or the parents are posting back on Facebook, we're in Montreal, we're in Ottawa, we're in Calgary, and my kids don't like the internet there. We need to go back because it's faster back home. Right? I'm just like, this is awesome to hear. Because before that, it was the complete opposite. So we're looking forward to going more renewable energies for us, more remote sites, more connectivity. Obviously, the way we're located, we want to go down south and north, connect the other communities around us as well. But moving forward, getting more people connected and seeing what else we can do. We've got more bandwidth right now than we need to, so there's more service that we can do. About it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Shishun for talking about what the name of their company means. It means something moving really fast. For myself, I'm hoping to set up a holdings company for the cell phone tower project, and I'm calling it Hatshain, which in my language means river sky. And I know there's a number of people here who are also working on connectivity projects, so I do invite you to come forward and share with the audience if there's anyone else. I do have one more name of someone that wanted to come and speak. I tried to find you on LinkedIn to give you a bio, find your bio, but I can't find you, which is probably a good thing for your intellectual property. If I can't find you online, maybe no one will hack you. So Devin Tabor from Cowichan Tribes also asked to come and do a presentation. So if you would like to come to the front, and anyone else that would like to discuss, then it would be great to see you and to hear more about some of the things that you're doing in your area. Thank you. I recognize his face. I'm really bad with names. Good to see you.
Yeah, no, I've made myself invisible on the internet purposefully. I don't have social media or anything, so I feel like that was a win. Yeah, so just the invitation to come up and share a little bit about what we're working on and what we're excited about in the IT field. And not all of us are introverts. I do love a good crowd, so I'll come up and talk. Yeah, so a little bit about Cowichan Tribes. I've talked with a few of you, and just over the few years that I've been here at NIITA, just found that Cowichan Tribes is quite unique as a First Nation, and so it really helped me appreciate coming back into work, just what we have and how we're different, and just thought that sharing a bit would perhaps help others, and maybe we can talk after about some of the things that we're doing. But just a quick brief, Cowichan Tribes is the largest single First Nation in BC. So we have got 5,500 plus members right now on and off reserve. And so we're actually based right in the city of Duncan. So when I have all the talk and just the previous people up here talking about all the communication issues, it's like, wow, like our members are all in the city. Like we're connected to fiber. We've got at our administration building like dual ISPs, both on fiber. We've got like no issues connecting with power, and it's like, whew, like it's just such a different world from what some of you are doing. So right now, for our administration, we're one of the largest employers in the Cowichan Valley with 450 employees, and our IT team is going to be growing from, we're right now at about 7 to 10. So we've got quite a big team going. And what's also interesting that I found is, again, coming to this completely new, is we don't just deal with healthcare. Like healthcare is one really small part of what we do. We are almost akin to a municipality, like Cowichan Tribes, their administration. It's got everything from lands and fisheries to housing to education. We've got an elementary school, continuing education school. We're planning a junior high pretty soon. And us in IT, we support all of that. So when we're dealing with, the different departments, we're very much having to spread our services across all those different departments, and the needs are quite varied. So you can imagine our firewalls like Swiss cheese, just so much having to go through. But yeah, we're able to actually host everything on-prem. So one of the neat things we've been able to do is build up quite a nice network and storage facility. So we are working on some really exciting projects, like we've got a couple hydrophones out in the water to monitor cetacean noises, where you can hear dolphins click, and we've got like the big sands to store that stuff. We've got just tons of capacity to store information from other various departments, like treaty, where we're able to get lots of recordings from our elders, and housing. We're starting up a big ArcGIS project where we're hoping to get, similar to what the municipalities have, in a completely self-hosted ArcGIS database where we've got all municipality or municipality-esque information like sewer, all the different homes on reserve and their various conditions and such. So that's something that we're really excited to start and start to build capacity for. Something else that we've done in the last year, which has just been crazy, is starting our own emergency services department. And so IT's been able to go and host and kind of work with the emergency services to get this IT-led department going. Just really neat stuff. So I think as far as more specifically in IT and the things that I work with, which I'm more network and cybersecurity, within the last year we brought Darktrace on as kind of a network level detection and response tool. And so that's one of my big things that I've been able to utilize and kind of protect, like traditional network security is very much outer shell, very much firewall, signature based, and though some things are moving more towards AI, where you can start to analyze the signatures a bit, analyze the behavior. But the center is still very ooey gooey, we say. You've got hard exterior, very ooey gooey center. So anything inside, and you can move laterally, you can move around pretty seamlessly. But we found success with Darktrace. And I know there's other competitors, so I'm not necessarily advocating them, but it was that was a pretty good project, and we got that on board. And yeah, other things. Networking, we were able to. I completely restructured the network, so we're now using a lot of layer 3 routing, segmenting everything into VLANs, and getting some really nice structure in place, and still working on that. But yeah, those are some of the things that I've been pretty excited about, and it's kind of a brief on Cowichan Tribes as a whole too. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Devin from Cowichan Tribes, for being brave enough to come up to the mic and tell us about some of the software implementation that you're doing with ArcGIS and also Darktrace, and talking about layer 3 routing, and also the delivery of services for the Cowichan Tribes. And it sounds all really innovative, and I hope that we can all work together to start to implement some of these solutions in our own communities. Up next, we have someone new to NIITA. We have Michael Hebert, and he is the CEO of Turtle Island Technology Solutions. So they're based out of Nova Scotia, and I just quickly looked on his website, and he did highlight NIITA, stating that he would be here. So I look forward to you being possibly a presenter in the future. If anyone is interested in presenting at NIITA, please let eHealth and Jeff Niles, the funder of NIITA through Indigenous Services Canada, know. This is an annual event, and yeah, I'm just really excited to meet Michael Hebert and to hear more about your managed service provider company. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I'm probably the only person who has to lift this up tonight. All right, yeah, my name's Michael Hebert, or Hebert, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I live in Chibuktuk, or Halifax, as some people know it, and from Mi'kma'ki, Nova Scotia. We are headquartered on the Millbrook First Nation, which is just about an hour north of Halifax. I want to point out and say a couple things. Thank you first to the people that put this on. This is it's great. It's always good to be around community members and see things. I had a great early surprise when Irene Moran came up yesterday. She is my great aunt. So that was really great. I asked her if she knew my mother, and it was a pretty emotional moment for me. So that was great. I'm originally, my family's originally from Saddle Lake, which is northeast of here. Thank you to Enoch for having us here, and thank you to everybody. I also point out the Moosehide campaign pin. I saw Von Paul was wearing one yesterday. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. It's just a campaign to help end violence against women and children. Started in BC, as a matter of fact. So, pretty good. About Turtle Island, I mean, you saw a lot of things this week. Thank you to all the people I assume were sponsors and that presented. Without those folks and people willing to sponsor and engage with Indigenous communities, these events don't typically happen. So thank you to those folks. I would say, I've been in this technology world. I tell my clients for 25 years, but the reality is it's been 45 years. Probably about 40 years ago, I wrote my first program in Turbo Pascal. So I've kind of been like a nerd for most of my life. And so, I know this world quite well. On the plane ride from Chibuktuk, it's like 7.5 hours total once you include layover and all of that. I'd been reading a little bit, and I was reading, there's a great book if you want to read it. It's called My Tribe, the Crees, by fellow Joseph Dion, who actually knew my mushroom quite well. And I couldn't help but think like how different, listening to Devin talk about networks and layer 3 and how different our lives have changed. And neat, to take that context from where we've come until where we are now. So I would strongly recommend the book. Is great to kind of look back at. It's the Plains Cree and the Bush Cree and where time started for us. So Turtle Island Technology Solutions, we really kind of encompass all the pillars of IT, network, data center and cloud, end user computing. And then I like to say we don't just sell security, we secure what we sell. So we do a ton of cybersecurity as well, assessments, pen testing, vulnerability scanning, you name it. I kind of consider ourselves, like we saw a lot of vendors here today. I've been on that side of the house. It's like, think of us as a hardware store in a small town, right? You might be at home and you have a nail that you want to take out or hit back in, right? And if you go to the hardware store, there's actually like 50 different hammers there, and those are our vendors. The nail is your solution or your problem rather, and the hammer is your solution. Well, we have access to, thousands of different hammers, right? But the difference, and why I say small town hardware store, is because the folks that I try to get to work for us and the resources that I try to do the projects, the guys that, or women that hit the hammers, I try first to get folks from our communities. And to that effect, I've also got an Indigenous community building initiative that we're starting, which is to try and really, I've been working with some universities for attainment in computer science and try to get some of these junior resources out at good rates that they can, those folks can survive doing what they're doing, and we can do, whether it's staff aug or resource type of engagements. But I think the other side of it is sometimes we need, the Xeroxes of this world to, do other things. We need to work together and work in co-opetition, if you will. And so that's, just like your small town community hardware store might need to go to Home Depot to help them fulfill a big project once in a while. We do that too. And so we're here for you. I'm here again tomorrow, and if you want to stop and talk to me at any time, please do. And then I go home Friday, and I'm back on a plane Monday because CCIB has a procurement fair right here next week on Wednesday. So great thing is, though, I'm from here, big Oilers fan. If you want to talk hockey, happy to do that as well. All right, thank you, everybody.
Okay, I really appreciate everyone for staying. I think I've held you long enough for today. We have one more thing to do, and that's the draw. So again, if you look in the back of your name tag, hopefully you didn't throw away your blue ticket. And I'd like to ask Jeff to come and help me do the draw again. And we're drawing for a $100 gift card. Big thank you to Carrie as well for all of your organization in the background. It's just been so wonderful to be able to work with you over the last few days. And our excellent technology team, who is always seamless, flawless, and wonderful to work with.
All right.
Drum roll.
Yeah. So the number is 803. The last three numbers, 803. All right. Discard that, right? Will we do it again? We put it back there.
Nope, that's it.
Okay, so 803? All right.
Okay, this is Matthew Manus from the Blood Tribe Department of Health. Before I give you your gift card, would you like to come up to the mic and say hi? No. Make sure and catch him tomorrow. I'm really interested in the work that you do, Matthew, and here's your gift card. All right. So tomorrow we get to open at 9 o'clock with our own drummers and dancers. So I want more cheering, more excitement. I felt like they had more fun as Indigenous counselors next door than we did over here as IT professionals. And if anyone brought their D&D or wants to have a LAN party, I'm always game. I know typically we're very introverted, and we're quiet. Like typically the quieter we are, the better we're doing our jobs. And so again, it's so nice to network with each and every one of you as IT professionals working in health and Indigenous healthcare. Tomorrow we have 2 facilitated group sessions. Please tell your friends and your colleagues that left early that we really need them here tomorrow because the facilitated group sessions are going to be facilitated by CMR Consulting, and these 2 facilitated group sessions are going to talk about where are we going with NIITA, what do we want to accomplish in the future, what are you struggling with, how can the National Indigenous IT Alliance help and support you in meeting your objectives and your goals, and how can we share best practices as an organization to help elevate Indigenous health across Canada. So again, thank you everyone. I hope that you have an excellent evening. Breakfast starts at 8:30, and at 9 o'clock we'll have the drummers and the dancers. I would like to also get a group photo. We'll have the group sessions, we'll have the morning break, and then we'll all share lunch. And then that brings us to the end of 2024 NIITA Symposium. I look forward to seeing a lot of you tomorrow, and I really look forward to seeing you next year as well. So thank you again, everyone, for a super productive day. Thank you to all of our presenters, and I hope that you have a great evening.